Universal Century 0096, day 89 since Imperial arrival. 30 days since Amuro Ray established persistent protest position near Side 1. 30 days since the third option, peaceful refusal, became visible strategy rather than theoretical philosophy. And 30 days for everyone involved to learn what that choice actually cost when maintained beyond symbolic gesture into sustained reality. Inside the RX-78-2 Gundam cockpit, Amuro Ray floated in zero gravity that his cockpit systems no longer compensated for. The artificial gravity generators had failed on day 23, and he'd chosen not to request replacement parts because accepting resupply for comfort systems felt like compromising the protest's purity. 30 days in zero gravity. His body was adapting, muscle atrophy beginning, bone density decreasing, the cardiovascular system recalibrating for environment that human physiology wasn't designed to sustain long-term. The medical telemetry that civilian support ships monitored showed deterioration that doctors categorized as concerning but not yet critical, which meant he was slowly destroying his body through sustained protest, but hadn't crossed the threshold where intervention became medically mandatory. Day 30, Amuro recorded in his personal log, habit he'd maintained since the one-year war, because speaking thoughts aloud made them feel less like madness and more like deliberate choice. Physical condition declining, mental clarity intermittent, combination of isolation, zero gravity effects, and the persistent new type awareness that connects me to everyone watching this protest. I feel them, millions of people, some supporting, some criticizing, most just observing, wondering how long I'll maintain this position, wondering what it proves beyond my ability to endure discomfort. He pulled up tactical displays showing the situation that had evolved over 30 days. Current status, 127 mobile suits, maintaining protest positions across 48 protectorate colonies, mix of Federation pilots, Xeon remnants, and civilian operators. No coordination, each unit acting independently but creating collective presence. Zero violent incidents. The peaceful nature of protest was absolute Imperial forces, maintaining non-interference policy established by Tarkin's directive. We're becoming fixture, Amuro observed. Background element of protectorate colonies. The protesters who maintain position but don't threaten. The visible opposition that systems can tolerate because we're not actually disrupting operations. That's not what I intended. I meant to demonstrate refusal. Instead, I'm demonstrating that refusal can be safely ignored when it's not backed by capacity to disrupt. Through his new type awareness, he felt the population of Side 1, now fully integrated into Imperial protectorate systems, experiencing the peace that had been promised, and largely forgetting that the Gundam maintaining position above their colony represented opposition to that peace. They've moved on, Amuro said. Side 1's population. They're not watching anymore, not feeling inspired or validated. They're just living under Imperial governance that provides stability, security, resources. The protest that was supposed to remind them that they had choice. It's become historical artifact, thing that happened in the past, not present reality that affects their daily lives. He felt something else through new type awareness, a presence approaching, not hostile but intentional, coming specifically to his position with purpose, that suggested this wasn't routine resupply or civilian support. A mobile suit emerged from the trajectory that connected to Side 1's docking facilities. Stark Jagan with Federation markings, piloted by someone whose new type resonance Amuro recognized, despite never having met them directly. Amara Voss, the awakening new type whose presence in the consciousness field had been growing stronger over the past month as her capabilities developed beyond initial manifestation. Amuro Ray. Amara's voice came through communication channel. Permission to approach? I'm not here on official capacity. This is personal visit. I wanted to talk, new type to new type, about what we're doing and whether it's actually working. Approach, Amuro confirmed, curious about what the younger new type wanted to discuss that couldn't be handled through standard channels. Amara's Stark Jagan maneuvered close enough for visual contact through cockpit viewports, two pilots separated by vacuum and armor plating, but connected through empathic awareness that transcended physical barriers. You look terrible, Amara observed, her new type sensitivity apparently detecting his physical deterioration, despite being unable to see him directly. The medical telemetry that civilian support ships are broadcasting. Amuro, you're destroying yourself. Slowly, for protests that most people have stopped paying attention to. Is it worth it? I don't know, Amuro admitted with honesty that came from 30 days of isolation, making social performance feel impossible. Amara, I started this as demonstration that peaceful refusal was possible, that you didn't have to choose between violence and submission. But now I'm just guy sitting in mobile suit deteriorating while the universe continues operating exactly as it would if I weren't here. That's not resistance, that's just elaborate suffering that accomplishes nothing except proving I can endure discomfort. Then why continue? Amara challenged. Because stopping proves they were right, Amuro replied. Proves that persistent refusal is unsustainable, that eventually exhaustion wins. That systems can outlast individual opposition through simple patience. If I stop, if I power down and withdraw, I validate everything Grand Moff Tarkin calculated about how to manage dissent. Make it uncomfortable enough that people quit voluntarily rather than requiring suppression. I'm not giving him that satisfaction. So you're suffering out of spite, Amara summarized. I'm suffering because someone has to, Amuro corrected. Amara, you're experiencing new type awakening right now. You're feeling what it's like to be connected to millions of consciousnesses simultaneously. That connection shows you something that normal humans don't perceive as clearly. Everyone is suffering, always, under every system. Federation, Xeon, Empire, doesn't matter. Governance creates suffering. The only question is whether the suffering is visible or hidden. I'm making mine visible, making it impossible to ignore that choosing Imperial peace costs something, even if what it costs is just one pilot's health as he maintains pointless protest. That's not inspiring, Amara observed. That's depressing. Reality is depressing, Amuro replied. Inspiration is marketing. I'm not trying to inspire anyone. I'm just existing despite pressure to stop existing in this particular way. That's all I've got. It's not heroic, it's not effective, but it's honest. And after 30 years of fighting wars where I lied to myself about whether violence was serving principles or just serving violence, honesty feels more valuable than effectiveness. Amara was quiet, processing through both verbal communication and new type empathic awareness that let her feel Amuro's exhaustion, conviction, and underlying doubt about whether any of this mattered. "I came here to ask you to stop," Amara said finally. "Captain Chen sent me, unofficially. He's concerned that you're becoming martyr, that watching you deteriorate is worse propaganda than watching you power down would be, that you're not demonstrating sustainable resistance. You're demonstrating that resistance requires self-destruction, and that's not the model we need. We need resistance that people can maintain while also living, not resistance that requires destroying yourself to prove a point." "Then invent that resistance," Amuro challenged. "Amara, I didn't claim to have perfect answer. I just claim to have third option between violence and submission. If that third option is flawed, if persistent peaceful refusal requires unsustainable sacrifice, then improve it, make it better. But don't ask me to stop because my version is imperfect. Imperfect resistance is better than no resistance, and right now I'm all you've got." "You're not all we've got," Amara corrected. "There are 127 mobile suits maintaining protest positions, hundreds of thousands of people who voted against protectorate status but were outvoted, millions who accepted Imperial governance while maintaining private opposition. You're not alone, Amuro. You're just most visible. And visibility makes you vulnerable. Makes your deterioration everyone's problem because we're all watching you suffer and wondering if we're complicit in that suffering by not intervening." "Then stop watching," Amuro suggested. "I'm not performing for audience. I'm existing despite systems. You can watch or not watch. Doesn't change what I'm doing." "It changes what it means," Amara argued. "Amuro, resistance without audience is just personal choice. It becomes political only when others witness and respond. You're not existing in vacuum. You're existing in system of relationships where your choices affect others whether you intend that or not. And right now, your choice to maintain this protest while deteriorating is affecting millions of people who don't know whether to admire your conviction or mourn your suffering. That's burden you're placing on them. Not intentionally, but burden nonetheless." Amuro felt through new type awareness that Amara was right. His protest wasn't isolated personal choice. It was connected to millions of consciousnesses who were processing his example and trying to determine what it meant for their own choices about resistance, submission, and the space between. "What do you want me to do?" Amuro asked. "I want you to accept medical intervention," Amara replied. "Repair your artificial gravity systems, get proper nutrition, rest in actual sleep cycle instead of microgravity exhaustion. Maintain your protest, but maintain it sustainably. Show people that resistance doesn't require martyrdom, that you can oppose systems while also taking care of yourself. That refusing submission doesn't mean accepting death through slow deterioration. That's compromise," Amuro observed. "That's sustainability," Amara corrected. "Amuro, martyrs inspire through their deaths. Activists inspire through their persistence. You're choosing martyrdom when activism would serve better. Please accept the medical support. Repair the systems. Let people help you maintain this protest in ways that don't require destroying yourself. That's not weakness. That's acknowledging that long-term resistance requires maintaining your capacity to resist." Amuro processed this through 30 days of isolation that had made him forget that accepting help didn't mean surrendering principles. Okay, Amuro decided, I'll accept medical intervention, repair systems, maintain protests sustainably instead of through deterioration. But Amara, that changes what this is, makes it less pure, less uncompromising, more practical. And I'm not sure practical resistance inspires the way uncompromising sacrifice does. It doesn't inspire the same way, Amara agreed, but it inspires longer. Martyrs burn bright and die. Activists persist and build movements. We need movements more than martyrs right now. Please, choose persistence over sacrifice. 6 hours later, a civilian engineering ship approached the Gundam with equipment to repair failed systems and provide medical treatment that Amuro's body desperately needed. The Imperial garrison forces observed but didn't interfere. Grand Moff Tarkin's directive to tolerate peaceful protest extended to allowing maintenance that kept protesters alive, which was, Amuro recognized, exactly the trap. The Empire wasn't suppressing his resistance. They were enabling it to continue in ways that made it sustainable and therefore less threatening. They're co-opting the protest by keeping me alive, Amuro observed to the engineering team that was installing new artificial gravity generators, making my resistance permanent fixture they can point to as evidence of their tolerance. I'm not threatening them, I'm validating them. By continuing to exist peacefully, I'm proving their propaganda about protecting dissent. Maybe, the lead engineer replied, an older woman who'd volunteered for this duty because she'd fought in the one-year war and remembered when Amuro Ray had been symbol of hope instead of deteriorating protester. Or maybe you're building foundation for resistance that outlasts immediate political calculations. Mr. Ray, empires co-opt everything. That's what empires do. The question isn't whether they co-opt your resistance, it's whether your resistance survives being co-opted and continues meaning something after the initial symbolic impact fades. That requires sustainability. Martyrdom gets co-opted into tragedy. Persistence gets co-opted into tolerance. But persistence can outlast the systems trying to co-opt it. Martyrdom can't. The repairs completed, artificial gravity restored, medical treatment administered, nutritional support provided, and Amuro Ray continued maintaining position near Side 1, but now sustainably, not dying for the protest, living for it, which was harder, because dying was moment of conviction, living was decades of persistence. And persistence required answering the question that martyrdom avoided. What comes after the symbolic gesture? What does resistance look like when it's not immediate crisis, but sustained opposition? How do you maintain refusal as way of life, rather than dramatic statement? Amuro didn't have answers, but he had time to develop them, because he'd chosen persistence over martyrdom, sustainability over sacrifice, and the long, grinding work of resistance that lasted longer than empires expected anyone to maintain it. Elsewhere in the Earth sphere, the other 127 Mobile Suit protesters watched Amuro accept medical intervention and made their own calculations about sustainability versus sacrifice. Some chose martyrdom, maintaining positions without accepting support, deteriorating until medical evacuation became mandatory, becoming brief inspirations before being forgotten. Others chose persistence, accepting repairs, establishing support networks, transforming protests from dramatic gestures into sustained presence that systems had to accommodate rather than wait to end. The resistance was learning, not through coordination, not through leadership, but through individual choices that collectively demonstrated what worked and what didn't when opposing power that had patience to outlast passion. And Grand Moff Tarkin, watching this evolution from his command center, recognized something he hadn't anticipated. Sustainable resistance was more complicated to manage than violent insurgency. Violence could be suppressed. Martyrdom could be mourned and forgotten. But persistent, peaceful refusal that adapted to challenges and maintained presence across years, that was different problem that required different strategies. And the Empire was about to learn that conquering a system was easier than maintaining conquest when populations refused to be conquered, even while accepting governance. The Galactic Empire had arrived, and it had learned to manage violent resistance, but sustainable, peaceful refusal. That was evolution in opposition that empires weren't designed to handle, because you couldn't suppress what you'd already allowed, and you couldn't eliminate what had become permanent fixture of the systems you were trying to control. The game had changed again, and this time the change favored persistence over power. At least, that's what Amuro Ray was betting his deteriorating body on. Universal Century 0096, Day 103 since Imperial arrival. The abandoned mining facility in the asteroid belt that had hosted the original Resistance Network formation meeting now hosted a very different gathering. One where the allies who'd united against Imperial expansion were discovering that shared opposition didn't mean shared philosophy about how that opposition should manifest. Commander Cassapa Natara stood before the assembled representatives of various resistance cells, recognizing that the network he'd helped organize was fragmenting before it had achieved any significant operational success. Status report, Cassapa began, trying to maintain operational discipline that was increasingly theoretical. Over the past 14 days, our network has conducted 0 offensive operations against Imperial assets. 0. We've gathered intelligence. We've established communication protocols. We've recruited members, but we haven't actually done anything. And I need to understand why coordinated action has become impossible. Because half this network has decided that action means sitting in mobile suits, doing nothing. A voice challenged from the back. Commander Helena Strauss, former Federation Special Operations Officer, who joined the Resistance expecting guerrilla warfare, and had instead watched it transform into philosophical debate about protest methodology. Cassapa, we organized to conduct asymmetric operations, hit Imperial logistics, disrupt garrison deployments, make occupation expensive. But every operational proposal gets vetoed by the peaceful resistance faction, who insist that any violence delegitimizes our cause. Any unnecessary violence delegitimizes our cause, another voice corrected. A Xeon remnant officer named Marcus Toll, who'd been convinced by Amuro Ray's example that peaceful refusal was more effective than armed insurgency. Helena, we're not refusing action. We're refusing action that plays into Imperial propaganda about us being terrorists. The Empire wants us to attack, wants us to bomb civilians, wants us to provide justification for comprehensive security crackdowns. Why give them what they want? Because peaceful protest is being co-opted, Helena argued. Marcus, look at what's happening. The Empire is allowing the Mobile Suit protests, providing them security, making them permanent features of protectorate colonies that demonstrate Imperial tolerance. Your peaceful resistance isn't threatening them. It's validating their narrative that they're liberal government that protects dissent. That's not resistance, that's being useful idiots for their propaganda. And your violent operations would be different how? Marcus challenged. You bomb Imperial logistics depot, you kill people. Maybe Imperial personnel, maybe civilian contractors. Definitely human beings who are just trying to survive in systems they didn't choose. And what does that accomplish? Makes you feel like you're fighting back, makes the Empire crack down harder, makes populations who were sympathetic to resistance decide that Imperial security is preferable to your violence. That's not strategy, that's ego. The argument escalated, representatives dividing along lines that had become increasingly rigid over the past month. Faction 1, violent resistance, advocates for armed operations against Imperial military and economic infrastructure, willing to accept civilian casualties as regrettable but necessary costs of warfare, believes that only credible threat of violence makes negotiation possible. Faction 2, peaceful refusal, advocates for sustained non-violent protest, argues that violence delegitimizes resistance and provides justification for Imperial suppression, believes that persistent peaceful opposition eventually exhausts occupying forces through making governance expensive without providing justification for elimination. Faction 3, strategic ambiguity, advocates for maintaining both violent and peaceful capabilities without committing fully to either. He believes that threat of violence makes peaceful protest more effective, but actual violence should be reserved for specific high-value targets where success is probable. We need to vote, Kasapa interrupted, before the philosophical debate consumed the entire meeting. We established this network with agreement that operations would be consensus-based. If we can't reach consensus, if fundamental philosophical differences prevent coordinated action, then we acknowledge that and restructure into separate networks that operate according to their own principles. I'm not watching this organization destroy itself through internal conflict before we've accomplished anything external. Vote on what? Helena demanded. No, whether resistance means actually resisting or just performing visible opposition that systems tolerate. Vote on whether this network continues as unified organization or fractures into separate entities, Kasapa clarified. Because right now, we're unified in name only. In practice, we've got 3 distinct philosophies that can't coordinate. Better to acknowledge that honestly and reorganize than to maintain fiction of unity while accomplishing nothing. The vote was called. The result was predictable. In favor of maintaining unified network, 8 representatives in favor of fracturing into separate organizations, 23 representatives, abstentions, 6 representatives who wanted to maintain unity but couldn't justify it given operational paralysis. Motion carries, Kasapa announced, feeling the weight of watching something he'd built deliberately dismantle because circumstances made its original structure unsustainable. The unified resistance network is dissolved. Representatives can self-organize into separate entities according to their operational philosophies, but, he emphasized, understand that fracturing makes us weaker. makes coordination harder, makes Imperial infiltration easier, because we'll be operating in isolated cells rather than coordinated network. This might be necessary, but it's not victory. It's acknowledgement that we couldn't maintain unity long enough to be effective. The meeting dissolved into smaller caucuses, representatives clustering around shared philosophies and beginning the process of forming distinct organizations that would operate independently rather than coordinating through unified command. Cassapa watched this fragmentation with the recognition that resistance movements always faced this inflection point. The moment when diverse groups united by shared opposition discovered that opposition wasn't sufficient foundation for sustained cooperation. Commander Natara, a voice interrupted his contemplation. Lieutenant Colonel Sarah Mbuyi, the intelligence specialist who'd been skeptical of resistance organization from the beginning. This was inevitable. You built coalition around what we opposed rather than what we supported. That works initially, but sustained operation requires shared vision of what you're trying to achieve, not just what you're trying to prevent. We never had that shared vision. We just had shared enemy, and shared enemies don't sustain movements once the immediate crisis passes. Then what does sustain movements? Cassapa challenged. Affirmative vision, Sarah replied. Specific objectives that people can work toward rather than just things they're working against. The violent resistance faction wants to make Imperial occupation expensive. That's objective. The peaceful refusal faction wants to demonstrate that independent human dignity can persist under any system. That's objective. The strategic ambiguity faction wants to maintain flexibility for opportunistic operations. That's objective. But none of those objectives are compatible. They require different tactics, different risk tolerance, different definitions of success. Trying to force them into unified organization was always going to fail. You just delayed the inevitable fragmentation by a month. Could we have done anything differently? Cassapa asked. Started with separate organizations from the beginning, Sarah suggested. Acknowledged philosophical diversity instead of pretending unity. Established coordination protocols between distinct groups rather than trying to force everyone into single command structure. But, she gestured at the fragmenting meeting, hindsight is perfect and useless. We're here now, multiple resistance networks emerging. That's not failure, it's evolution. Now we see which philosophies produce effective opposition and which produce just, visible protest that systems can tolerate. 3 days later, the fragmentation was complete. The Liberation Front, violent resistance faction, led by Commander Helena Strauss. Membership, approximately 300 active combatants. Philosophy, armed operations against Imperial military and economic targets. First declared objective, sabotage, Imperial logistics depot on Side 6, the persistent opposition, peaceful refusal faction, led by Marcus Toll. Membership, approximately 800 protesters, including the 127 mobile suit pilots. Philosophy, sustained non-violent resistance through visible protest. Objective, maintained presence that forces Empire to acknowledge ongoing opposition. The strategic initiative, ambiguity faction, led by Cassapa Natara. Membership, approximately 150 operatives. Philosophy, intelligence gathering and opportunistic operations. Objective, position for high-value strikes. while maintaining plausible deniability. 3 distinct organizations, 3 incompatible philosophies, and increasingly 3 groups that viewed each other as obstacles rather than allies. Side 6, Imperial Protectorate Colony, the logistics depot that the Liberation Front targeted as their first operation, was exactly the kind of facility that made violent resistance seem justified to its advocates. Imperial military supplies stored in civilian colony, evidence that protectorate status meant accepting garrison presence. Symbolic target that would demonstrate Liberation Front capability, and, critically, located in warehouse district that was mostly automated, minimizing risk of civilian casualties if the operation was executed properly. Commander Helena Strauss reviewed the operational plan with her tactical team, seeing the elegant simplicity that good insurgency operations required. 4 operatives. Plant charges at primary structural supports. Detonate during 3rd shift when facility is minimally staffed. Estimated casualties 0 to 2 Imperial personnel. Estimated economic damage 17 million credits. Estimated propaganda impact significant. We demonstrate that Imperial Protectorate status doesn't mean security. It means accepting military presence that makes you target. What about the persistent opposition? One of her team members challenged. They've got mobile suit protest position near Side 6. If we conduct violent operation at their protest site, we're undermining their messaging that resistance can be peaceful. That's their problem, Helena replied bluntly. We're not coordinating with them. We're not subordinate to their philosophy. They chose peaceful refusal. We chose effective action. If those choices conflict, that's evidence we were right to fragment rather than pretending we could maintain unified approach. Execute the operation. The operation was executed with professional precision that Helena's team had developed through years of covert operations against various enemies. 4 operatives infiltrated Side 6's warehouse district. Charges placed at structural supports of the logistics depot. Detonation timed for minimum personnel presence. Withdrawal executed before Imperial security could respond. The depot exploded with violence that was controlled but undeniable. Structure collapsing. Supplies destroyed. Fire suppression systems struggling to contain damage. 0 casualties. The timing had been perfect. The facility empty except for automated systems. 17 million credits in economic damage, exactly as calculated. And propaganda impact. That was where the calculation failed. 12 hours after the bombing, Grand Moff Tarkin stood before planetary broadcasts addressing the population of Side 6, and by extension, every protectorate colony and undecided settlement, watching how the Empire responded to violent resistance. Citizens of Side 6, last night, terrorists attacked Imperial logistics facility. They destroyed supplies intended for garrison forces that protect your colony. They demonstrated that some elements within this system refuse to accept the peace we've established. These terrorists call themselves resistance. We call them what they are: violent extremists who prioritize ideology over civilian safety, who destroy rather than build, who sabotage rather than cooperate. He paused, letting the characterization settle. But we recognize that these terrorists are minority. The vast majority of Side 6's population accepts protectorate status, values the peace we provide, understands that security requires military presence. so we respond not with collective punishment, but with enhanced protection. We are deploying additional garrison forces to Side 6. We are implementing security protocols that identify and neutralize terrorist threats before they can harm civilians, and we are offering rewards for information leading to the arrest of those responsible for last night's attack. Another pause, this one demonstrating confidence rather than dramatic timing. We do not suppress peaceful protest. The mobile suits maintaining positions near protectorate colonies continue their demonstrations without interference, but we draw clear distinction. Peaceful protest is protected. Violent terrorism is eliminated. Choose which you are, because the Empire protects citizens from those who would harm them, even when those claiming to fight for your freedom are actually endangering your lives. The broadcast ended. The response was immediate. Enhanced garrison presence on Side 6, 200 additional stormtroopers, security checkpoints at colony entry points, surveillance expansion, monitoring civilian communications for terrorist indicators. Reward program, 100,000 credits for information on Liberation Front operatives. And most devastating for the Liberation Front, public opinion shift. Before the bombing, Side 6 population was 43% opposed to protectorate status, according to polling. After the bombing, 31% opposed. The Liberation Front's violent operation hadn't inspired resistance. It had terrified populations who'd chosen protectorate status specifically to avoid violence. It had validated Imperial narrative that resistance meant terrorism. It had made the enhanced security presence seem protective rather than oppressive. The persistent opposition's response. Marcus Toll issued statement from his mobile suit protest position near Side 6. The bombing conducted by violent extremists does not represent the resistance movement. It represents the exact failure of imagination that the Empire relies upon, the belief that only violence produces change. We reject this philosophy. We reject the targeting of infrastructure that serves civilian populations. We reject the tactics that make Imperial security presence seem necessary rather than optional. The true resistance is peaceful, is persistent, is maintaining our humanity despite systems that want us to become either subjects or terrorists. We are neither. We are people, refusing submission through existence, not destruction. The statement was meant to distance peaceful protest from violent operations. Instead, it created public perception that the resistance was divided, some factions reasonable, others extremist, which made it easier to suppress the extremists while tolerating the reasonable opposition. Exactly what Grand Moff Tarkin had calculated would happen. By the Liberation Front's internal response. We're being undermined, Helena Strauss told her remaining team members during emergency meeting after the operation's political failure became undeniable. Not by the Empire, by the peaceful resistance faction that's more concerned with maintaining moral purity than with actual opposition. They issued statement condemning us, made us look like rogue extremists instead of legitimate resistance. That's betrayal. Or it's honest disagreement, one of her operatives suggested. Commander, maybe they're right. Maybe the bombing didn't serve resistance objectives, made protectorate populations more afraid of us than of the Empire, made them accept enhanced security because it protects them from violent operations. We accomplish nothing except providing the Empire with justification for exactly the crackdown we were trying to prevent. We accomplished demonstrating that resistance is possible, Helena argued, that Imperial presence can be attacked, that protectorate status doesn't mean security, it means becoming target for legitimate opposition to occupation. If populations interpret that as terrorism, that's failure of their political understanding, not our operational execution. That's ideology talking, the operative countered, not tactics. Commander, if operations don't achieve desired political effects, they're failed operations regardless of execution quality. We need to adapt, or we're just conducting violence for its own sake, while calling it resistance. The Liberation Front fractured again. Some members leaving because they believed peaceful resistance was correct approach. Others leaving because they believed the front wasn't violent enough in its operations. What remained was smaller, more radical faction that was increasingly isolated from broader resistance movement and populations it claimed to represent. The Strategic Initiatives Assessment. Kasapa Natara reviewed the situation with recognition that fragmentation was producing exactly the problems he'd warned about. 3 separate resistance organizations, one conducting violent operations that alienate populations, one conducting peaceful protests that the Empire co-opts, and us, sitting in the middle gathering intelligence while accomplishing nothing because we can't decide which approach serves our objectives. This is disaster. We're not resisting the Empire. We're providing them with evidence that opposition to their governance is disorganized, incompetent, and ultimately harmless. Then what do we do? Lieutenant Colonel Sarah asked. We choose, Kasapa decided. We stop trying to maintain strategic flexibility and commit to specific approach. I'm not watching us become irrelevant through refusing to take sides. Sarah, analyze the effectiveness data. Which resistance philosophy is actually producing results versus which is producing just visible activity that systems can tolerate or suppress easily? Sarah ran the analysis. Violent resistance, Liberation Front, operations conducted, 1 economic damage, 17 million credits, casualties 0, political impact, negative, strengthened Imperial position, population support decreased in targeted area, peaceful refusal, persistent opposition, operations conducted, sustained protest, 103 days, economic damage, 0 casualties, 0 political impact, neutral, neither strengthened nor weakened Imperial position significantly, population support, stable minority, 20 to 30% of protectorate populations, strategic initiative, operations conducted, 0 impact, 0. We're all failing, Sarah concluded, just in different ways. Violent resistance is counterproductive. Peaceful resistance is ineffective, and we're irrelevant. None of us are actually threatening Imperial expansion or providing viable alternative to protectorate acceptance. We're just noise, performing resistance while the Empire consolidates power and populations adapt to new governance. Kasapa processed this assessment with recognition that it was accurate and devastating. Then we need different approach, Kasapa said. Not violent, not peacefully passive, but actually disruptive to Imperial operations in ways that don't provide them propaganda victories. Sarah, find me vulnerabilities, not symbolic targets, not facilities we can blow up to make ourselves feel effective. a real vulnerabilities where resistance operations produce strategic impact without harming the populations we claim to protect. That exists. We just have to find it. The fracture was complete. 3 resistance networks operating independently, each convinced their philosophy was correct, each undermining the others more than they threatened the Empire, and populations watching this division and concluding that resistance was too disorganized to succeed, which made accepting Imperial governance seem even more reasonable. Because if the opposition couldn't agree on how to oppose, how could they possibly govern if they succeeded? The Galactic Empire had arrived, and it had learned that the most effective way to defeat resistance wasn't suppression, it was patience. Let them fragment, let them fight each other, let them demonstrate that opposition to Imperial governance was disorganized chaos, and then offer stability, order, peace through submission that looked increasingly preferable to freedom through perpetual internal conflict. The resistance networks had fractured, and the fractures ran deeper than anyone wanted to acknowledge. Universal Century 0096, day 117 since Imperial arrival. The meeting was arranged through channels that officially didn't exist, encrypted communications routed through abandoned satellites, coded messages embedded in civilian traffic patterns, and the kind of operational security that suggested both parties understood they were doing something their respective authorities would oppose if discovered. Location: abandoned observation station in Lagrange, Point 2, far from any colony or military presence. Participants: Jedi Knight Kira Viel and Lieutenant Junior Grade Amara Voss. Purpose: conversation that neither could have through official channels about what they were becoming and what they were being used for. Amara's Stark Jagan arrived at the observation station first, her new type awareness detecting Kira's approach through the force resonance that had been growing stronger since their initial contact months ago. The station was derelict, abandoned during the Grips conflict, and never reoccupied because its position had lost strategic value. But its life support still functioned minimally, and its conference rooms provided neutral territory where 2 evolved humans could meet without surveillance from either Imperial or Federation authorities. Kira's Imperial shuttle arrived 20 minutes later, elegant craft that moved with the silent propulsion that human spacecraft still couldn't replicate. The 2 women met in the observation deck, overlooking Earth's distant blue sphere, separated by void that used to feel vast before new type awareness and force sensitivity made distance less relevant than connection. "Thank you for coming," Kira said, her Jedi training making her maintain formal courtesy even in unauthorized meeting. "I know this is dangerous for you. If Federation Command discovers you're meeting with Imperial Force user, they'd court-martial me again," Amara interrupted. "Add it to the list of protocol violations I've committed, because protocols prevent the conversations that actually matter." "Kira, you reached out through channels that suggested urgency. What's happening that requires meeting face-to-face instead of communicating through the Force new type resonance we've been developing?" Kira moved to the observation window, looking at Earth with expression that combined longing and something that might have been regret. "I'm being used," Kira said bluntly, "by the Empire, by Grand Moff Tarkin specifically." He's deploying me to protectorate colonies as visible evidence that Force users serve Imperial interests willingly, making me symbol of how evolved humans benefit from integration rather than resistance. And I'm complicit in that deployment because I keep telling myself that being present means I can minimize harm, make integration less traumatic, protect populations from harsher Imperial policies. But Amara, I'm starting to recognize that minimizing harm isn't the same as preventing it, and my presence doesn't actually reduce Imperial oppression. It just makes the oppression look more palatable by associating it with Jedi validation. She turned from the window to face Amara directly. "And you're experiencing something similar," Kira continued. "Your new type abilities are developing rapidly. Federation Command has noticed. They're already discussing how to utilize enhanced awareness for intelligence operations, tactical coordination, psychological warfare. They're categorizing you as asset before you've finished understanding what you are." That's what I wanted to discuss. How we prevent ourselves from being weaponized by systems that view our evolution as resource to be exploited rather than humanity to be protected. Amara felt through new type awareness that Kira was being honest, not manipulative, not conducting recruitment operation, just genuinely seeking conversation with someone who understood what it felt like to be more than human in ways that made you vulnerable to being less than person. "I've been feeling it," Amara admitted. "The pressure to use new type capabilities for Federation objectives. The Captain Chen suggested I could predict enemy movements through empathic awareness. Admiral Relnard mentioned using new type sensitivity to detect Imperial infiltration in colonial populations. They're not ordering me to become intelligence asset. They're just making suggestions, casual comments about how my abilities could serve Federation interests. And each suggestion makes it clearer that they're not interested in Amara Voss, the person. They are interested in new type Voss, the capability. That's dehumanizing, even when it's presented as serving greater good." "Exactly," Kira confirmed. "The Empire does the same thing. Tarkin doesn't give direct orders to exploit Force sensitivity. He just creates situations where using the Force to serve Imperial objectives is easiest path available. He assigns me to missions where Force abilities produce better outcomes than conventional methods, then celebrates those outcomes as evidence that Force users are valuable Imperial assets. And gradually, so gradually I almost didn't notice, I've transformed from Jedi who happens to serve Empire into Imperial tool who happens to have Force training. The distinction disappeared through incremental compromises that each seemed reasonable independently, but collectively changed everything." She pulled up holographic displays showing data that Amara recognized as classified Imperial intelligence. "This is what Tarkin is planning next," Kira explained. "New type recruitment program. Systematic identification of individuals showing enhanced awareness across protectorate colonies, offering them training, community with other new types, a purpose through Imperial service, making it seem like we're helping them develop their capabilities. But Amara, we're not helping them develop. We're channeling development toward Imperial objectives, teaching them to use their awareness for intelligence gathering, tactical coordination, psychological manipulation, transforming human evolution into weaponized capability." And you're telling me this why? Amara challenged. Kira, sharing classified Imperial intelligence with Federation officer is treason. If Tarkin discovers this meeting, he'll execute me, Kira finished, or force me into Inquisitor service where they correct Force users who develop problematic independence. I understand the risks, but Amara, I need someone to know what's happening. I need someone who understands what it feels like to be evolved human in universe that views evolution as exploitable resource. And I need, she paused, vulnerability showing through Jedi discipline. I need to believe that new types won't make the same mistakes Jedi did, won't let themselves become weapons just because systems offer comfortable justifications for weaponization. Amara felt through new type empathic awareness the genuine fear beneath Kira's controlled exterior, fear that she'd already compromised herself beyond recovery, fear that warning others was only meaningful action left available, fear that evolved humans would always be vulnerable to being weaponized because their capabilities made them too valuable for systems to leave autonomous. What do you want me to do? Amara asked. You refuse Federation attempts to utilize my new type abilities, become useless to prevent becoming tool. That's surrendering the capacity to help anyone while systems continue operating exactly as they would without my involvement. I want you to maintain boundaries, Kira replied, to recognize when helping becomes being used, to understand that systems will always present exploitation as opportunity, will always frame weaponization as development, will always make compromising yourself feel like serving greater good. And I want you to resist that framing, not by refusing to use your capabilities, but by refusing to let systems define what those capabilities mean and how they should be deployed. She pulled up more data, this time showing new type awakening patterns across the Earth sphere. There are approximately 300 individuals showing active new type development currently, Kira explained. Most in colonial populations, some in Federation military, a few in Xeon remnant groups, and the Empire is systematically tracking all of them, preparing recruitment approaches tailored to individual circumstances, offering exactly what each person needs most: community, training, purpose, protection, in exchange for Imperial service. It's elegant, it's effective, and it's going to work unless someone warns these awakening new types what they're being recruited into. You want me to conduct counter-recruitment, Amara realized. Warn new types that Imperial offers come with costs that aren't immediately visible. Make them understand that accepting training means accepting weaponization. I want you to give them choice, Kira corrected. Real choice, not choice between accept Imperial recruitment or develop alone without support, but choice between different paths of development that preserve autonomy versus paths that trade autonomy for capability. That's all I can offer. Information that makes choice genuine rather than coerced through limiting alternatives. Amara processed this through both rational analysis and new type empathic awareness that let her sense Kira's motivations beneath articulated arguments. Kira was genuine, wasn't conducting recruitment operation, wasn't trying to flip Federation new type to Imperial service, was just desperate, trying to prevent others from making the compromises she'd already made, trying to believe that warning counted as resistance, even when she lacked capacity to resist directly. I'll do it, Amara decided. Not officially, not through Federation channels that would turn counter-recruitment into different recruitment program, but individually, finding awakening new types, talking to them, explaining what they're experiencing and what choices they're actually facing. That's within my capability, especially now that Captain Chen has reassigned me to training duties instead of combat operations. I've got access to new pilots, can identify new type potential during training, can have conversations that aren't officially part of curriculum. Thank you, Kira said, relief visible in her posture. And Amara, be careful. The Empire monitors force-sensitive and new type populations carefully. If they detect pattern of Imperial recruitment targets receiving counter-messaging, they'll investigate. They'll identify source, and they'll neutralize it. You're not just warning new types, you're operating against Imperial intelligence operations. That's dangerous even for someone with your capabilities. Everything's dangerous, Amara replied. Kira, we're evolved humans in universe where evolution is weaponized. Safety isn't available. Only choice is whether we're weaponized by others or maintain enough autonomy to choose our own purposes. I choose autonomy, even if it's risky, even if it's partial, even if it's just slightly better than complete surrender to being tools. The conversation continued for another hour. Two evolved humans sharing information about their respective experiences with systems that viewed them as resources, discussing strategies for maintaining humanity, while developing capabilities that made them valuable to powers they didn't fully trust, and recognizing that they were building alliance that transcended the political divisions between Federation and Empire. Not alliance between governments, alliance between people trying to remain people despite pressures to become something else. 2 weeks later, Amara stood in the Resolute's training simulator conducting standard pilot evaluation for new recruits when she felt it through new type awareness. One of the trainees, young man named David Okafor, 19 years old, showing exceptional spatial awareness and reaction times that exceeded normal human baseline, was awakening, not dramatically, not obviously to anyone without new type sensitivity, but clearly to Amara's enhanced perception. David's consciousness was expanding beyond individual boundaries, beginning to sense the connections between people and objects that new type awareness revealed, starting the evolution that would transform him from baseline human to something more. David, Amara called after the simulation concluded, stay back for a moment. I want to discuss your performance. The other trainees filed out, leaving David standing nervously before his instructor with the uncertainty of someone who'd performed well, but suspected the private conversation meant he'd somehow failed invisible evaluation criteria. You're experiencing something unusual, Amara said directly, deciding that honesty was more valuable than gentle approach. Enhanced awareness, feeling like you can sense things beyond normal perception, maybe sensing what others are feeling, maybe having intuitions about situations that turn out to be accurate without knowing how you knew. That's new type awakening. It's not malfunction, it's evolution, and you're in the early stages. David's expression shifted from confusion to recognition to fear in rapid succession. How did you know? David asked. I haven't told anyone. Thought I was malfunctioning somehow, having stress-induced hallucinations from training pressure. You're saying it's real? I'm actually perceiving things." "You're actually perceiving things," Amara confirmed. "And David, you're about to be recruited by multiple parties. Federation Command will identify your enhanced capabilities and offer specialized training for utilizing new type awareness in military operations. The Empire will contact you through channels that seem coincidental but are carefully planned, offering community with other new types and development programs that exceed anything Federation provides. Both offers will sound reasonable. Both will come with costs that aren't immediately visible." She pulled up displays showing information that wasn't technically classified, but that new pilots wouldn't normally be shown. Federation approach. You become intelligence asset. They teach you to use new type empathy for interrogation, tactical coordination, psychological warfare. You serve Federation interests. You develop your capabilities, but you develop them in directions that systems find useful, rather than directions you might choose independently. That's cost 1. Different displays appeared. Imperial approach. You join new type training program. They provide community resources, sophisticated development methodologies that Federation can't match. But you develop within Imperial frameworks. You're shaped to serve their objectives. You become weapon with better support network. That's cost 2. "Then what's option 3? David challenged. "If both paths lead to being weaponized, what's alternative that preserves autonomy?" "Independent development," Amara replied. "Find other awakening new types. Form support networks that aren't controlled by governmental authorities. Learn together. Develop your capabilities according to your own values rather than values systems impose. It's harder, it's slower. You won't have institutional resources, but you'll remain human, developing enhanced awareness rather than weapon being refined for deployment." "That sounds lonely," David observed. "It is," Amara admitted, "and dangerous. Systems don't like capabilities they can't control or co-opt. Independent new types are threats to both Federation and Empire because they represent evolution that's not channeled toward institutional objectives. But David, loneliness and danger are better than comfortable weaponization. At least loneliness lets you remain yourself." David processed this information with the visible uncertainty of someone who'd just learned they were facing choices that would define their fundamental identity. "Which did you choose?" David asked. "Your new type, your Federation officer. Did you accept weaponization, or are you maintaining independence while serving?" "I'm trying to maintain independence while serving," Amara replied honestly, "accepting that Federation utilizes my capabilities while refusing to let them fully define what those capabilities mean. It's compromise. It's uncomfortable. It's probably unsustainable long term, but it's what I've got. And David, that's what I'm offering you. Information, options, understanding of what the choices actually are beneath the comfortable presentations. What you do with that information is your decision, but at least it'll be informed decision rather than coerced choice disguised as opportunity. 6 more conversations over the next 3 weeks. 6 more awakening new types identified during training operations. 6 more warnings delivered about recruitment that was coming and costs that would be hidden. And on the 7th conversation, Amara felt something different through new type awareness. Someone was watching, not physically present, but observing through mechanism that felt like force sensitivity focused through technological systems rather than biological awareness. Imperial surveillance. They'd detected her pattern of identifying awakening new types. They'd recognized she was conducting counter-recruitment operations, and they were observing, not intervening yet, just gathering intelligence about who she was warning and what she was telling them. Amara finished the conversation with the seventh awakening new type, a young woman named Sarah Chen who'd been terrified of her developing abilities until Amara explained what was happening and then transmitted message to Kira through the encrypted channels they'd established. They know. Imperial intelligence has identified my activities. I'm being observed. What do I do? Kira's response came within the hour. Continue. If you stop, you validate that you're conducting operations worth stopping. If you continue openly, you transform from covert operative into public advocate. Make what you're doing visible. Make suppressing it require suppressing public educational efforts about new type development. That's harder to justify than eliminating secret counter-recruitment. Be open, Amara. That's your protection. It was advice that went against every military instinct Amara had developed. When discovered conducting unauthorized operations, standard doctrine was cease immediately and minimize exposure. But Kira was suggesting opposite. Escalate. Make the operations so public that suppressing them meant suppressing legitimate educational efforts. Okay, Amara transmitted back. I'm going public. If this gets me court-martialed or worse, tell my story. Make sure people know that warning new types about recruitment costs was considered threatening enough to eliminate. She didn't receive response because Kira was already being summoned to Grand Moff Tarkin's office aboard the Indomitable for conversation about her unauthorized contact with Federation new type, who was disrupting Imperial recruitment operations. Aboard the Indomitable, Night Vile. Tarkin addressed her with the formal courtesy that somehow felt more threatening than open hostility. We've detected unusual pattern in our new type recruitment operations. Several targets who were progressing toward acceptance suddenly developed reservations, began asking questions about long-term implications of Imperial service, demonstrated knowledge of our methodologies that they shouldn't possess. An investigation revealed that they'd all recently had contact with Federation Lieutenant Amara Voss, who, interestingly, you've also had contact with through mechanisms our surveillance couldn't fully trace. Would you care to explain this pattern? Kira had prepared for this confrontation, had known it was coming since she'd started sharing intelligence with Amara, had made peace with whatever consequences followed from choosing to resist in the only way available while still maintaining her position. I've been providing information to awakening new types, Kira stated clearly, explaining what Imperial recruitment actually means, making them aware of costs that recruitment materials don't emphasize. And yes, I've been coordinating with Lieutenant Voss because she has access to awakening new types in Federation training programs that I don't. That's my resistance, Grand Moff. The only resistance I'm capable of while still serving the Empire in capacity that lets me minimize other harms. I'm sorry it conflicts with recruitment objectives, but I'm not sorry I did it. Tarkin studied her with expression that suggested he was calculating multiple possible responses and selecting optimal one based on considerations she couldn't fully predict. You're not being arrested, Tarkin said finally. not being charged with treason, not being sent to inquisitors for correction. Do you know why? No, sir, Kira admitted. Because you've been conducting quality control, Tarkin replied. Night Vale. The Empire doesn't want new types who accept recruitment without understanding costs. We want new types who accept despite understanding costs. That's difference between conscripts and volunteers, between tools that break under pressure and weapons that remain reliable. You've been filtering our recruitment pool, identifying new types strong enough to accept Imperial service after being warned about its implications, versus those who would have accepted blindly and then failed when realities became clear. That's valuable, even if it wasn't your intention. He pulled up data showing new type recruitment patterns. The new types who received your warnings, 37% still accepted Imperial training. Lower rate than without warnings, yes, but those who accepted after being informed have proven more reliable in their development, more committed to Imperial service, more resilient when facing the ethical compromises that Imperial operations require. You've made our recruitment more effective by making it more selective. I should thank you. That's not what I intended, Kira protested. I know, Tarkin acknowledged, but intentions matter less than outcomes. And the outcome is that you've improved Imperial recruitment quality while believing you were disrupting it. That's perfect irony. Continue your warnings, Night Vile. Continue coordinating with your Federation new type. Make our recruitment targets fully informed about what they're accepting, because informed acceptance is more valuable than blind compliance. You're serving Imperial interests, even while trying to resist them. That's why you're a particularly effective agent. The conversation ended, and Kira stood in Tarkin's office processing that her resistance had been co-opted so thoroughly that continuing it served exactly the objective she was trying to disrupt. Everything she touched, every attempt to minimize harm, every effort to preserve new type autonomy while serving Imperial expansion, all of it transformed into tools that made the Empire more effective rather than less. She was trapped, not by orders, not by force, but by the elegant sophistication of systems that learn to make resistance serve their purposes better than submission ever could. The Jedi and the new type, both trying to resist weaponization, both discovering that resistance itself was being weaponized, both learning that systems were always more sophisticated than individuals trying to oppose them, and both facing the question, if your resistance serves the system, is it still resistance, or is it just elaborate collaboration disguised as opposition? Universal Century 0096, Day 145 since Imperial arrival. The data analyst who discovered the pattern was a civilian statistician named Dr. Yuki Tanaka, employed by Side 7's Colonial Health Administration to track population wellness metrics and identify public health trends that required governmental response. She wasn't looking for evidence of Imperial malfeasance. She was just doing her job, analyzing mortality rates, disease prevalence, injury statistics, and the 1,000 other data points that measured whether a population of 400,000 people was thriving or declining. The pattern appeared in the 3-month comparison. Side 7 health metrics, pre-Imperial versus on a post-Imperial protectorate status. Violent deaths, 89% reduction. Industrial accidents, 76% reduction. Malnutrition cases, 82% reduction, preventable disease, 71% reduction, medical emergency response time, 64% improvement. Every measurable health outcome had improved dramatically. The Imperial Protectorate Administration could legitimately claim they'd made Side 7's population healthier, safer, and better cared for than Federation governance had achieved in decades. But there was another metric, one that didn't fit the pattern of comprehensive improvement, one that Dr. Tanaka almost missed because it was buried in psychological services, data rather than physical health tracking, voluntary psychiatric commitment requests, 340% increase, antidepressant prescriptions, 267% increase, anxiety disorder diagnoses, 298% increase, suicide ideation reports, 412% increase. The population of Side 7 was physically healthier than ever before and psychologically collapsing. Dr. Tanaka sat in her office reviewing the data with the growing recognition that she was looking at something the Imperial administration wouldn't want publicized. Evidence that peace came with psychological costs that weren't captured in standard health metrics. This can't be right, Dr. Tanaka muttered to herself, running the analysis for the fourth time to confirm the numbers weren't statistical artifacts or data collection errors. The pattern held. Physical health dramatically improved. Mental health catastrophically declining. Why? Dr. Tanaka wondered aloud. What's causing psychological deterioration when physical conditions are better than they've been in decades? She began cross-referencing the psychiatric data with other population metrics, searching for correlations that might explain the paradox. Employment rates, 94%, highest in colonial history. Average income, 23% increase. Food security, 98%, up from 87%. Housing stability, 96%, up from 81%. Every material condition had improved, but psychological wellness was collapsing despite, or perhaps because of, those improvements. Dr. Tanaka pulled up the detailed psychiatric reports, reading the clinical notes that accompanied the statistical increases. Patient reports feeling purposeless despite stable employment, states that work feels meaningless because decisions are made by Imperial administration without local input. Describes sensation of being passenger in own life. Patient experiencing anxiety related to inability to affect political outcomes. Reports feeling helpless despite material comfort. Describes this as comfortable imprisonment. Patient expressing suicidal ideation stemming from perceived loss of autonomy. States that life under Imperial governance feels like waiting to die comfortably rather than living with purpose. The pattern in the clinical notes was consistent. People were psychologically suffering not from material deprivation, but from existential meaninglessness that came with having decisions made for them by competent external authority. They're suffering from competence, Dr. Tanaka realized with something approaching horror. The Imperial administration is so effective at managing material needs that the population has nothing to struggle for, nothing to achieve through their own efforts, nothing to fail at and learn from. They're experiencing learned helplessness on civilizational scale, and it's destroying them psychologically even while improving them physically. She prepared a report documenting the findings, recognizing that publishing this data would be politically explosive, evidence that Imperial governance produced measurable harm despite producing measurable benefits. The question was whether to submit the report through official channels, where Imperial administrators would review it first, or to leak it through independent media where it couldn't be suppressed, but where she'd face consequences for unauthorized disclosure. Dr. Tanaka chose the leak because some truths were too important to allow systems to manage before populations could access them. 48 hours later, the report spread through civilian information networks with the viral momentum that uncomfortable truths achieved when they challenged comfortable narratives. Colonial populations across the Earth sphere reviewed Side 7's health metrics and recognized the pattern in their own experiences. Material conditions improving, psychological wellness declining, physical health better than ever, mental health catastrophically worse. The data validated what millions of people had been feeling but couldn't articulate. That peace purchased through surrendering autonomy came with costs that standard metrics didn't measure. Federation response. Admiral Relnard stood before Emergency Defense Committee session, reviewing Dr. Tanaka's findings with recognition that they'd been handed political ammunition that could undermine Imperial expansion more effectively than military operations had achieved. This is evidence, Relnard stated, pulling up the psychological health data on committee displays. Proof that Imperial protectorate status produces systematic harm despite material improvements. We can use this, demonstrate to undecided colonies that accepting Imperial governance means accepting psychological damage at population scale. Make the costs visible that Imperial propaganda keeps hidden. Or Defense Committee Chair Althea Morrison countered, "We recognize that this data is more complicated than simple propaganda opportunity. Admiral, look at the numbers honestly. Side 7's population is experiencing psychological distress, but they're also experiencing dramatic improvements in every material condition. Fewer people dying, fewer people suffering physical harm, fewer people experiencing deprivation. If we use this data to argue against Imperial protectorate status, we're arguing that populations should accept material suffering to preserve psychological wellness that comes from having autonomy over decisions. That's elitist philosophy, telling people they should prefer struggling autonomously to thriving under competent external management. It's acknowledging that humans need more than material comfort, Representative James Okello argued. Chair Morrison, Dr. Tanaka's data shows that psychological wellness requires agency, requires the capacity to affect outcomes through your own choices, requires meaning that comes from struggling toward objectives you've chosen rather than having objectives achieved for you by systems you can't influence. That's not elitism, that's basic human psychology. People need purpose beyond mere survival. People need not to die from preventable causes, Morrison countered. Representative Okello, Side 7's pre-Imperial mortality data shows 89 deaths from violence that would have been prevented under Imperial governance. You're asking me to tell the families of those 89 dead that their loved ones should have been sacrificed to preserve abstract autonomy. That's unconscionable. Material wellness matters more than psychological discomfort from having decisions made competently. The committee fractured along familiar lines. those who prioritized autonomy over material outcomes versus those who prioritized material outcomes over autonomy, with neither side able to acknowledge that both values mattered and that choosing between them required tragic calculations about which suffering was more acceptable. "We're not deciding what population should choose," Relnard interrupted, before the philosophical debate consumed the session. "We're deciding whether they should have access to complete information when making that choice, Doctor. Tanaka's data shows costs that Imperial propaganda doesn't emphasize. Our role is ensuring populations know about those costs before accepting protectorate status, not making choice for them, just ensuring choice is informed. That's the most we can ethically do." The committee voted to distribute Dr. Tanaka's findings through official Federation information channels, framing them as additional considerations for colonies evaluating governance options, rather than as anti-imperial propaganda. It was compromise that satisfied no one, which meant it was probably optimal policy given impossible situation. Imperial response. Grand Moff Tarkin reviewed Dr. Tanaka's report with the clinical attention of someone who'd anticipated this exact data would eventually be compiled and distributed by populations trying to identify costs that Imperial governance imposed. "Commander Veers," Tarkin addressed his tactical officer, "analysis of the psychological health data. Does it represent genuine pattern or statistical artifact that can be challenged on methodological grounds?" "It's genuine," Veers confirmed. "We've been tracking similar metrics across protectorate colonies and seeing consistent patterns. Physical health improves dramatically under Imperial governance. Psychological wellness declines measurably. The correlation is undeniable. Sir, this is real cost that our administration produces. Question is how we respond to populations becoming aware of it." "We acknowledge it," Tarkin decided, surprising Veers with the response. "We don't deny or suppress. We acknowledge that psychological adjustment to competent governance takes time. We frame the mental health crisis as temporary transition cost rather than permanent feature, and we demonstrate that we're addressing it through expanded mental health services, community programs, and integration initiatives that help populations develop meaning within Imperial frameworks rather than through independent choice." He pulled up policy documents that had apparently been prepared in advance. "Implement these programs across all protectorate colonies," Tarkin ordered. "Mental health counseling that helps populations adapt to their new circumstances. Community organizations that provide purpose through Imperial-approved activities. Educational programs about finding meaning through service to larger governmental structures. We're not denying that protectorate status creates psychological challenges. We're demonstrating that those challenges can be managed through proper support systems." "That's..." Veers paused. "That's remarkably sophisticated response to criticism, sir. You're co-opting the opposition's evidence by acknowledging it while providing Imperial solutions." "That's governance," Tarkin corrected. "Learning that denying problems makes you look dishonest. Acknowledging problems while providing solutions makes you look competent. Dr. Tanaka discovered that Imperial governance creates psychological costs. Excellent. Now we demonstrate that only Imperial resources are sufficient to address those costs. We transform criticism into evidence that populations need more Imperial support, not less. It's elegant. Side 7, 3 weeks after the report's release. Dr. Yuki Tanaka sat in her office, reviewing the response to her findings with growing recognition that she'd miscalculated the impact. She'd expected the data to inspire resistance to Imperial expansion, to make populations reconsider accepting protectorate status, to demonstrate that peace came with costs that made autonomy worth preserving despite its material inefficiencies. Instead, the Imperial administration had responded by expanding mental health services, establishing community programs, and providing support structures that addressed the psychological distress her report had documented. And the population's response wasn't rejection of Imperial governance. It was gratitude that the Empire was addressing their suffering. "I made them more effective," Dr. Tanaka said to her colleague Dr. James Chen, who'd helped compile the original data. "I documented their failure to address psychological wellness, and they responded by demonstrating that only they have resources to address it properly. I gave them opportunity to prove they're responsive to population needs. That's opposite of what I intended." "You provided data," Dr. Chen replied. "What people do with data isn't your responsibility. The Empire responded by trying to fix the problem. That's actually good governance, Yuki, even if it makes them look better instead of worse." "But it's not fixing the problem," Dr. Tanaka argued. "It's managing the symptoms while perpetuating the cause. The psychological distress comes from loss of autonomy, from having decisions made by external authority, regardless of how competently those decisions are made. The Empire's response is providing better mental health services that help people cope with that loss of autonomy, not restoring the autonomy itself. They're treating the disease by making the symptoms more bearable while ensuring the disease continues." "And the alternative is what?" Dr. Chen challenged. "Restore autonomy that produced the material suffering your data also documented? Tell populations they should accept 89 preventable deaths per quarter to preserve psychological wellness that comes from making their own decisions." "Yuki, you're describing tragic choice. Both options produce suffering, just different categories of suffering. The Empire chose to minimize material suffering while accepting psychological costs. That's legitimate governing philosophy, even if you disagree with it." "It's not legitimate if the people suffering weren't consulted about which suffering they'd prefer," Dr. Tanaka countered. "James, the Empire doesn't ask populations whether they'd rather struggle autonomously or thrive under external management. They just impose management and then provide services that make acceptance easier. That's not governance, that's sophisticated paternalism, which produces better health outcomes than democracy was achieving," Dr. Chen observed. "Yuki, I'm not defending the Empire. I'm acknowledging that the data you compiled is more complicated than you wanted it to be. Yes, Imperial governance creates psychological costs. It also prevents material suffering. Both things are true. Both things matter, and deciding which matters more, that's value judgment, not empirical analysis. You can't solve it with better data. You can only make it with choices about what kind of suffering is more acceptable." Dr. Tanaka didn't have response because Dr. Chen was right. The data showed everything and resolved nothing, proved that choices produced costs and that costs were unavoidable, demonstrated that governance was always tragic calculation about which suffering to accept in exchange for which benefits. And the mathematics of suffering didn't produce clear answers, but just increasingly sophisticated questions about what humans needed beyond survival and whether those needs could be met by systems that managed them competently versus required autonomy that enabled them to fail. Aboard the RX-78-2 Gundam, day 145. Amuro Ray floated in his cockpit reviewing the health metrics data that civilian networks had distributed, seeing in the numbers the exact pattern he'd been experiencing personally for the past month and a half. Physical health maintained through civilian support and medical intervention, psychological wellness declining through sustained isolation and purposelessness. "I'm microcosm," Amuro observed to himself. "The protest, it's keeping me physically functional while destroying me psychologically. Same pattern as Imperial protectorate colonies. Material conditions managed competently by external systems. Psychological wellness collapsing because purpose requires struggle, and I'm not struggling toward anything. I'm just existing, maintaining position, proving I can endure. That's not purpose, that's just sophisticated suffering." Through his new type awareness, he felt the other 127 mobile suit protesters maintaining their positions across various protectorate colonies, sensing that they were experiencing similar patterns: physical maintenance through external support, psychological deterioration through lack of meaningful struggle. They were becoming symbols of resistance. But symbols didn't have psychological wellness. Symbols just existed as representations of ideas they no longer personally embodied. "What am I doing?" Amuro asked the empty cockpit. "Ma, what's the point of this protest if it's destroying me the same way Imperial governance is destroying protectorate populations? If resistance produces the same psychological costs as submission, what's the difference? Why choose one form of suffering over another when both lead to the same collapse?" He didn't have answer, just the recognition that he'd committed to this protest and that stopping now would validate every criticism about sustainability versus martyrdom. So he continued, not because it was working, not because it was healthy, not because it served clear purpose beyond the initial symbolic gesture, but because stopping was surrender. And surrender, even surrender to preserve psychological wellness, felt like betraying everyone who was watching and using his persistence as evidence that resistance was possible. "The mathematics of suffering," Amuro said quietly. "That's what this is. Calculating which pain is more acceptable. Physical deterioration from material deprivation, or psychological deterioration from purposeless existence. Both options destroy you, just different timelines, different mechanisms, different justifications for the same fundamental collapse." Through new type awareness, he felt someone approaching his position. Not hostile, but intentional, coming with specific purpose that suggested this wasn't routine resupply. A civilian shuttle emerged from the trajectory connecting to the support network that had been maintaining his protest, carrying someone whose consciousness Amuro recognized despite never having met them directly: Dr. Yuki Tanaka, the statistician who documented the mathematics of suffering, coming to talk to the symbol who was experiencing exactly the pattern her data had revealed. "Mr. Ray," Dr. Tanaka's voice came through communication channel. "Permission to approach? I've reviewed your medical telemetry that civilian support networks have been broadcasting, and I've compiled comparison data that I need to discuss with you about what your protest is costing and whether those costs are different from what Imperial governance is costing the populations you're symbolically representing. Approach, Amuro confirmed, curious about what the data analyst wanted to discuss that required face-to-face conversation rather than remote transmission. The shuttle docked with his Gundam's external airlock, jury-rigged system that civilian engineers had installed to allow supply transfers without requiring Amuro to exit his cockpit. Dr. Tanaka entered through the makeshift connection, floating in zero gravity with the awkward movements of someone who didn't spend much time in microgravity environments. "Thank you for seeing me," Dr. Tanaka said, pulling herself to a position where she could see Amuro through his cockpit's interior viewport. "I've been analyzing your medical data alongside the Protectorate population data, and I've found something uncomfortable. Mr. Ray, your protest is producing the same psychological costs that Imperial governance is producing in Protectorate colonies. You're experiencing existential purposelessness, despite having your material needs managed by support networks. You're suffering from competent external management that removes the need for personal struggle. You're becoming what you're protesting against. Does that concern you?" Amuro studied the data analyst with combination of new type awareness and simple visual assessment, seeing someone who was genuinely trying to understand rather than criticize. "It concerns me greatly," Amuro admitted. "Dr. Tanaka, I've been processing exactly that realization for the past week, that this protest, sustained through external support, that manages my material needs while removing meaningful struggle, is replicating the conditions I'm opposing. I'm being maintained by systems, losing agency, experiencing psychological deterioration from purposeless existence. Same pattern, different justification, but same fundamental problem." "Then why continue?" Dr. Tanaka challenged gently. "Because stopping validates that sustainable resistance is impossible," Amuro replied. "Because populations are watching this protest as evidence that humans can refuse submission. Because if I stop, I prove that all opposition eventually collapses under the weight of its own costs. And Dr. Tanaka, I don't know if that's true, but I'm terrified that it might be. So I continue. Despite the costs, despite recognizing that I'm destroying myself, because the alternative is accepting that systems always win through patient application of competent management that makes resistance unsustainable." Dr. Tanaka was quiet for a moment, processing through both the verbal response and whatever emotional states she could detect through normal human empathy. "That's tragic calculation," Dr. Tanaka observed finally. "You're suffering to prove suffering is sustainable. You're destroying yourself to demonstrate that humans can persist despite costs. That's mathematically incoherent, Mr. Ray. You're trying to prove resistance works by demonstrating that it destroys those who attempt it. That's not evidence for your position. That's evidence against it." "I know," Amuro acknowledged. "But Dr. Tanaka, what's the alternative? Accept that humans need external management because autonomous struggle produces costs we can't sustain. Validate Imperial governance by demonstrating that independence is psychologically destructive." I can't accept that." Even if my protest is failing, even if it's proving exactly what I'm trying to disprove, I have to continue. Because surrendering feels worse than destroying myself through sustained opposition. That's not rational calculation, Dr. Tanaka observed. That's emotional commitment to principle regardless of outcomes. Yes, Amuro confirmed, that's exactly what it is. And Dr. Tanaka, that might be the only thing that separates humans from optimally managed subjects. The irrational commitment to principles that produce suffering. The refusal to accept that mathematics of suffering should determine how we live. The insistence that some things matter beyond measurable costs and benefits. That's all I've got. It's not sufficient, it's not sustainable, but it's human. And I'm trying very hard to remain human despite everything suggesting that being human is an inefficient approach to existence. Dr. Tanaka studied him with expression that combined sympathy, frustration, and recognition. I came here to convince you to stop, Dr. Tanaka admitted. To show you that your protest is producing the same costs you're opposing. To argue that destroying yourself doesn't validate resistance. It just provides Empire with evidence that resistance is self-destructive. But Mr. Ray, I'm starting to recognize that rational arguments don't apply to what you're doing. You're not operating on cost-benefit analysis. You're operating on principle. And principles don't calculate. They just persist, regardless of costs. Is that admirable or pathological? Amuro asked. Both, Dr. Tanaka replied. Same as everything in this universe. Admirable because it demonstrates humans can commit to values beyond survival. Pathological because it produces suffering that could be avoided through accepting competent external management. The mathematics of suffering doesn't resolve which interpretation is correct. It just shows that both are simultaneously true. She prepared to return to her shuttle. Mr. Ray, continue your protest, or don't. Either way, you've already proven what you needed to prove, that humans will suffer for principles even when suffering serves no practical purpose. That's significant, even if it's tragic, even if it changes nothing about how systems operate. You've demonstrated that humans are more than optimizable subjects. That might not comfort you, but it matters to those of us who are trying to remain human in a universe that values optimization over humanity. She left, and Amuro floated in his cockpit, alone with the mathematics of suffering that produced no solutions. Just increasingly sophisticated equations about which pain was more acceptable, and the recognition that choosing any answer, choosing to continue or choosing to stop, was tragic calculation that destroyed something fundamental regardless of which option was selected. The mathematics of suffering had no solution. Just different formulations of the same impossible problem. How do you remain human when being human requires suffering that could be eliminated through accepting systematic management? No one had answer, just choices, all of them terrible, all of them necessary, all of them proving that existence was tragic regardless of which path you selected. Universal Century 0096, Day 145 since Imperial arrival. The data analyst who discovered the pattern was a civilian statistician named Dr. Yuki Tanaka, employed by Side 7's Colonial Health Administration to track population wellness metrics and identify public health trends that required governmental response. She wasn't looking for evidence of Imperial malfeasance. She was just doing her job, analyzing mortality rates, disease prevalence, injury statistics, and the 1,000 other data points that measured whether a population of 400,000 people was thriving or declining. The pattern appeared in the 3-month comparison. Side 7 health metrics, pre-Imperial versus. On the post-Imperial protectorate status, violent deaths, 89% reduction, industrial accidents, 76% reduction, malnutrition cases, 82% reduction, preventable disease, 71% reduction, medical emergency response time, 64% improvement. Every measurable health outcome had improved dramatically. The Imperial Protectorate Administration could legitimately claim they'd made Side 7's population healthier, safer, and better cared for than Federation governance had achieved in decades. But there was another metric, one that didn't fit the pattern of comprehensive improvement, one that Dr. Tanaka almost missed because it was buried in psychological services, data rather than physical health tracking. Voluntary psychiatric commitment requests, 340% increase. Antidepressant prescriptions, 267% increase. Anxiety disorder diagnoses, 298% increase. Suicide ideation reports, 412% increase. The population of Side 7 was physically healthier than ever before and psychologically collapsing. Dr. Tanaka sat in her office reviewing the data with the growing recognition that she was looking at something the Imperial administration wouldn't want publicized. Evidence that peace came with psychological costs that weren't captured in standard health metrics. This can't be right, Dr. Tanaka muttered to herself, running the analysis for the 4th time to confirm the numbers weren't statistical artifacts or data collection errors. The pattern held. Physical health dramatically improved. Mental health catastrophically declining. Why? Dr. Tanaka wondered aloud. What's causing psychological deterioration when physical conditions are better than they've been in decades? She began cross-referencing the psychiatric data with other population metrics, searching for correlations that might explain the paradox. Employment rates, 94%, highest in colonial history. Average income, 23% increase. Food security, 98%, up from 87%. Housing stability, 96%, up from 81%. Every material condition had improved, but psychological wellness was collapsing despite, or perhaps because of, those improvements. Dr. Tanaka pulled up the detailed psychiatric reports, reading the clinical notes that accompanied the statistical increases. Patient reports feeling purposeless despite stable employment. States that work feels meaningless because decisions are made by Imperial administration without local input. Describes sensation of being passenger in own life. Patient experiencing anxiety related to inability to affect political outcomes. Reports feeling helpless despite material comfort. Describes this as comfortable imprisonment. Patient expressing suicidal ideation stemming from perceived loss of autonomy. States that life under Imperial governance feels like waiting to die comfortably rather than living with purpose. The pattern in the clinical notes was consistent. People were psychologically suffering not from material deprivation, but from existential meaninglessness that came with having decisions made for them by competent external authority. They're suffering from competence, Dr. Tanaka realized with something approaching horror. The Imperial administration is so effective at managing material needs that the population has nothing to struggle for, nothing to achieve through their own efforts, nothing to fail at and learn from. They're experiencing learned helplessness on civilizational scale, and it's destroying them psychologically even while improving them physically. She prepared a report documenting the findings, recognizing that publishing this data would be politically explosive, evidence that imperial governance produced measurable harm despite producing measurable benefits. The question was whether to submit the report through official channels, where imperial administrators would review it first, or to leak it through independent media where it couldn't be suppressed, but where she'd face consequences for unauthorized disclosure. Dr. Tanaka chose the leak because some truths were too important to allow systems to manage before populations could access them. 48 hours later, the report spread through civilian information networks with the viral momentum that uncomfortable truths achieved when they challenged comfortable narratives. Colonial populations across the Earth's sphere reviewed Side 7's health metrics and recognized the pattern in their own experiences. Material conditions improving, psychological wellness declining, physical health better than ever, mental health catastrophically worse. The data validated what millions of people had been feeling but couldn't articulate. That peace purchased through surrendering autonomy came with costs that standard metrics didn't measure. Federation response. Admiral Relnard stood before Emergency Defense Committee session, reviewing Dr. Tanaka's findings with recognition that they'd been handed political ammunition that could undermine imperial expansion more effectively than military operations had achieved. This is evidence, Relnard stated, pulling up the psychological health data on committee displays. Proof that Imperial Protectorate status produces systematic harm despite material improvements. We can use this, demonstrate to undecided colonies that accepting Imperial governance means accepting psychological damage at population scale. Make the costs visible that Imperial propaganda keeps hidden. Or Defense Committee Chair Althea Morrison countered, "We recognize that this data is more complicated than simple propaganda opportunity. Admiral, look at the numbers honestly. Side 7's population is experiencing psychological distress, but they're also experiencing dramatic improvements in every material condition. Fewer people dying, fewer people suffering physical harm, fewer people experiencing deprivation. If we use this data to argue against Imperial Protectorate status, we're arguing that populations should accept material suffering to preserve psychological wellness that comes from having autonomy over decisions. That's elitist philosophy, telling people they should prefer struggling autonomously to thriving under competent external management. It's acknowledging that humans need more than material comfort," Representative James Okello argued. Chair Morrison, Dr. Tanaka's data shows that psychological wellness requires agency, requires the capacity to affect outcomes through your own choices, requires meaning that comes from struggling toward objectives you've chosen rather than having objectives achieved for you by systems you can't influence. That's not elitism, that's basic human psychology. People need purpose beyond mere survival. People need not to die from preventable causes, Morrison countered. Representative Okello, Side 7's pre-Imperial mortality data shows 89 deaths from violence that would have been prevented under Imperial governance. You're asking me to tell the families of those 89 dead that their loved ones should have been sacrificed to preserve abstract autonomy. That's unconscionable. Material wellness matters more than psychological discomfort from having decisions made competently. The committee fractured along familiar lines, those who prioritized autonomy over material outcomes versus those who prioritized material outcomes over autonomy, with neither side able to acknowledge that both values mattered and that choosing between them required tragic calculations about which suffering was more acceptable. We're not deciding what population should choose, Relnard interrupted, before the philosophical debate consumed the session. We're deciding whether they should have access to complete information when making that choice. Dr. Tanaka's data shows costs that Imperial propaganda doesn't emphasize. Our role is ensuring populations know about those costs before accepting protectorate status, not making choice for them, just ensuring choice is informed. That's the most we can ethically do. The committee voted to distribute Dr. Tanaka's findings through official Federation information channels, framing them as additional considerations for colonies evaluating governance options, rather than as anti-imperial propaganda. It was compromise that satisfied no one, which meant it was probably optimal policy given impossible situation. Imperial response. Grand Moff Tarkin reviewed Dr. Tanaka's report with the clinical attention of someone who'd anticipated this exact data would eventually be compiled and distributed by populations trying to identify costs that Imperial governance imposed. Commander Veers, Tarkin addressed his tactical officer, analysis of the psychological health data. Does it represent genuine pattern or statistical artifact that can be challenged on methodological grounds? It's genuine, Veers confirmed. We've been tracking similar metrics across protectorate colonies and seeing consistent patterns. Physical health improves dramatically under Imperial governance. Psychological wellness declines measurably. The correlation is undeniable. Sir, this is real cost that our administration produces. Question is how we respond to populations becoming aware of it. We acknowledge it, Tarkin decided, surprising Veers with the response. We don't deny or suppress. We acknowledge that psychological adjustment to competent governance takes time. We frame the mental health crisis as temporary transition cost rather than permanent feature, and we demonstrate that we're addressing it through expanded mental health services, community programs, and integration initiatives that help populations develop meaning within Imperial frameworks rather than through independent choice. He pulled up policy documents that had apparently been prepared in advance. Implement these programs across all protectorate colonies, Tarkin ordered. Mental health counseling that helps populations adapt to their new circumstances. Community organizations that provide purpose through Imperial-approved activities. Educational programs about finding meaning through service to larger governmental structures. We're not denying that protectorate status creates psychological challenges. We're demonstrating that those challenges can be managed through proper support systems. Veers paused. That's remarkably sophisticated response to criticism, sir. You're co-opting the opposition's evidence by acknowledging it while providing Imperial solutions. That's governance, Tarkin corrected, learning that denying problems makes you look dishonest. Acknowledging problems while providing solutions makes you look competent. Dr. Tanaka discovered that Imperial governance creates psychological costs. Excellent. Now we demonstrate that only Imperial resources are sufficient to address those costs. We transform criticism into evidence that populations need more Imperial support, not less. It's elegant. Side 7, 3 weeks after the report's release. Dr. Yuki Tanaka sat in her office, reviewing the response to her findings with growing recognition that she'd miscalculated the impact. She'd expected the data to inspire resistance to Imperial expansion, to make populations reconsider accepting protectorate status, to demonstrate that peace came with costs that made autonomy worth preserving despite its material inefficiencies. Instead, the Imperial administration had responded by expanding mental health services, establishing community programs, and providing support structures that addressed the psychological distress her report had documented. And the population's response wasn't rejection of Imperial governance. It was gratitude that the Empire was addressing their suffering. "I made them more effective," Dr. Tanaka said to her colleague Dr. James Chen, who'd helped compile the original data. "I documented their failure to address psychological wellness, and they responded by demonstrating that only they have resources to address it properly. I gave them opportunity to prove they're responsive to population needs. That's opposite of what I intended." "You provided data," Dr. Chen replied. "What people do with data isn't your responsibility. The Empire responded by trying to fix the problem. That's actually good governance, Yuki, even if it makes them look better instead of worse." "But it's not fixing the problem," Dr. Tanaka argued. "It's managing the symptoms while perpetuating the cause. The psychological distress comes from loss of autonomy, from having decisions made by external authority, regardless of how competently those decisions are made. The Empire's response is providing better mental health services that help people cope with that loss of autonomy, not restoring the autonomy itself. They're treating the disease by making the symptoms more bearable while ensuring the disease continues." "And the alternative is what?" Dr. Chen challenged. "Restore autonomy that produced the material suffering your data also documented? Tell populations they should accept 89 preventable deaths per quarter to preserve psychological wellness that comes from making their own decisions. Yuki, you're describing tragic choice. Both options produce suffering, just different categories of suffering. The Empire chose to minimize material suffering while accepting psychological costs. That's legitimate governing philosophy, even if you disagree with it. It's not legitimate if the people suffering weren't consulted about which suffering they'd prefer," Dr. Tanaka countered. "James, the Empire doesn't ask populations whether they'd rather struggle autonomously or thrive under external management. They just impose management and then provide services that make acceptance easier. That's not governance, that's sophisticated paternalism, which produces better health outcomes than democracy was achieving," Dr. Chen observed. "Yuki, I'm not defending the Empire. I'm acknowledging that the data you compiled is more complicated than you wanted it to be. Yes, Imperial governance creates psychological costs. It also prevents material suffering, Both things are true, both things matter, and deciding which matters more, that's value judgment, not empirical analysis. You can't solve it with better data. You can only make it with choices about what kind of suffering is more acceptable. Dr. Tanaka didn't have response because Dr. Chen was right. The data showed everything and resolved nothing, proved that choices produced costs and that costs were unavoidable, demonstrated that governance was always tragic calculation about which suffering to accept in exchange for which benefits. And the mathematics of suffering didn't produce clear answers. Just increasingly sophisticated questions about what humans needed beyond survival and whether those needs could be met by systems that managed them competently versus required autonomy that enabled them to fail. Aboard the RX-78-2 Gundam, day 145. Amuro Ray floated in his cockpit reviewing the health metrics data that civilian networks had distributed, seeing in the numbers the exact pattern he'd been experiencing personally for the past month and a half. Physical health maintained through civilian support and medical intervention, psychological wellness declining through sustained isolation and purposelessness. I'm microcosm, Amuro observed to himself. The protest, it's keeping me physically functional while destroying me psychologically. Same pattern as Imperial protectorate colonies. Material conditions managed competently by external systems. Psychological wellness collapsing because purpose requires struggle, and I'm not struggling toward anything. I'm just existing, maintaining position, proving I can endure. That's not purpose, that's just sophisticated suffering. Through his new type awareness, he felt the other 127 mobile suit protesters maintaining their positions across various protectorate colonies, sensing that they were experiencing similar patterns: physical maintenance through external support, psychological deterioration through lack of meaningful struggle. They were becoming symbols of resistance. But symbols didn't have psychological wellness. Symbols just existed as representations of ideas they no longer personally embodied. "What am I doing?" Amuro asked the empty cockpit. "Ma, what's the point of this protest if it's destroying me the same way Imperial governance is destroying protectorate populations? If resistance produces the same psychological costs as submission, what's the difference? Why choose one form of suffering over another when both lead to the same collapse?" He didn't have answer, just the recognition that he'd committed to this protest and that stopping now would validate every criticism about sustainability versus martyrdom. So he continued, not because it was working, not because it was healthy, not because it served clear purpose beyond the initial symbolic gesture, but because stopping was surrender. And surrender, even surrender to preserve psychological wellness, felt like betraying everyone who was watching and using his persistence as evidence that resistance was possible. "The mathematics of suffering," Amuro said quietly. "That's what this is. Calculating which pain is more acceptable. Physical deterioration from material deprivation, or psychological deterioration from purposeless existence. Both options destroy you, just different timelines, different mechanisms, different justifications for the same fundamental collapse." Through new type awareness, he felt someone approaching his position, not hostile, but intentional, coming with specific purpose that suggested this wasn't routine resupply. A civilian shuttle emerged from the trajectory connecting to the support network, that had been maintaining his protest, carrying someone whose consciousness Amuro recognized despite never having met them directly, Dr. Yuki Tanaka, the statistician who documented the mathematics of suffering, becoming to talk to the symbol who was experiencing exactly the pattern her data had revealed. Mr. Ray, Dr. Tanaka's voice came through communication channel. Permission to approach? I've reviewed your medical telemetry that civilian support networks have been broadcasting, and I've compiled comparison data that I need to discuss with you about what your protest is costing and whether those costs are different from what Imperial governance is costing the populations you're symbolically representing. Approach, Amuro confirmed, curious about what the data analyst wanted to discuss that required face-to-face conversation rather than remote transmission. The shuttle docked with his Gundam's external airlock, jury-rigged system that civilian engineers had installed to allow supply transfers without requiring Amuro to exit his cockpit. Dr. Tanaka entered through the makeshift connection, floating in zero gravity with the awkward movements of someone who didn't spend much time in microgravity environments. Thank you for seeing me, Dr. Tanaka said, pulling herself to a position where she could see Amuro through his cockpit's interior viewport. I've been analyzing your medical data alongside the Protectorate population data, and I've found something uncomfortable. Mr. Ray, your protest is producing the same psychological costs that Imperial governance is producing in Protectorate colonies. You're experiencing existential purposelessness, despite having your material needs managed by support networks. You're suffering from competent external management that removes the need for personal struggle. You're becoming what you're protesting against. Does that concern you? Amuro studied the data analyst with combination of new type awareness and simple visual assessment, seeing someone who was genuinely trying to understand rather than criticize. It concerns me greatly, Amuro admitted. Dr. Tanaka, I've been processing exactly that realization for the past week, that this protest, sustained through external support, that manages my material needs while removing meaningful struggle, is replicating the conditions I'm opposing. I'm being maintained by systems, losing agency, experiencing psychological deterioration from purposeless existence. Same pattern, different justification, but same fundamental problem. Then why continue? Dr. Tanaka challenged gently. Because stopping validates that sustainable resistance is impossible, Amuro replied. Because populations are watching this protest as evidence that humans can refuse submission. Because if I stop, I prove that all opposition eventually collapses under the weight of its own costs. And Dr. Tanaka, I don't know if that's true, but I'm terrified that it might be. So I continue. Despite the costs, despite recognizing that I'm destroying myself, because the alternative is accepting that systems always win through patient application of competent management that makes resistance unsustainable. Dr. Tanaka was quiet for a moment, processing through both the verbal response and whatever emotional states she could detect through normal human empathy. That's tragic calculation, Dr. Tanaka observed finally. You're suffering to prove suffering is sustainable. You're destroying yourself to demonstrate that humans can persist despite costs. That's mathematically incoherent, Mr. Ray. You're trying to prove resistance works, by demonstrating that it destroys those who attempt it. That's not evidence for your position. That's evidence against it. I know, Amuro acknowledged. But Dr. Tanaka, what's the alternative? Accept that humans need external management because autonomous struggle produces costs we can't sustain. Validate Imperial governance by demonstrating that independence is psychologically destructive. I can't accept that. Even if my protest is failing, even if it's proving exactly what I'm trying to disprove, I have to continue. Because surrendering feels worse than destroying myself through sustained opposition. That's not rational calculation, Dr. Tanaka observed. That's emotional commitment to principle regardless of outcomes. Yes, Amuro confirmed, that's exactly what it is. And Dr. Tanaka, that might be the only thing that separates humans from optimally managed subjects. The irrational commitment to principles that produce suffering. The refusal to accept that mathematics of suffering should determine how we live. The insistence that some things matter beyond measurable costs and benefits. That's all I've got. It's not sufficient, it's not sustainable, but it's human. And I'm trying very hard to remain human despite everything suggesting that being human is an inefficient approach to existence. Dr. Tanaka studied him with expression that combined sympathy, frustration, and recognition. I came here to convince you to stop, Dr. Tanaka admitted, to show you that your protest is producing the same costs you're opposing. To argue that destroying yourself doesn't validate resistance. It just provides empire with evidence that resistance is self-destructive. But Mr. Ray, I'm starting to recognize that rational arguments don't apply to what you're doing. You're not operating on cost-benefit analysis. You're operating on principle. And principles don't calculate. They just persist, regardless of costs. Is that admirable or pathological? Amuro asked. Both, Dr. Tanaka replied. Same as everything in this universe. Admirable because it demonstrates humans can commit to values beyond survival. Pathological because it produces suffering that could be avoided through accepting competent external management. The mathematics of suffering doesn't resolve which interpretation is correct. It just shows that both are simultaneously true. She prepared to return to her shuttle. Mr. Ray, continue your protest, or don't. Either way, you've already proven what you needed to prove, that humans will suffer for principles, even when suffering serves no practical purpose. That's significant, even if it's tragic, even if it changes nothing about how systems operate. You've demonstrated that humans are more than optimizable subjects. That might not comfort you, but it matters to those of us who are trying to remain human in universe that values optimization over humanity. She left, and Amuro floated in his cockpit, alone with the mathematics of suffering that produced no solutions, just increasingly sophisticated equations about which pain was more acceptable, and the recognition that choosing any answer, choosing to continue or choosing to stop, was tragic calculation that destroyed something fundamental regardless of which option was selected. The mathematics of suffering had no solution, just different formulations of the same impossible problem. How do you remain human when being human requires suffering that could be eliminated through accepting systematic management? No one had answer, just choices, all of them terrible, all of them necessary, all of them proving that existence was tragic regardless of which path you selected. Amara's Stark Jagan docked with the Gundam's external airlock, a procedure that had become routine over the past months, as she'd visited Amuro periodically to discuss new type development, resistance philosophy, and the growing recognition that both of them were trapped by symbolism they'd accidentally created. This visit felt different, more urgent, weighted with the kind of conversation that would change something fundamental regardless of how it concluded. Amara entered the Gundam's cockpit through the cramped transfer passage, pulling herself into the zero-gravity space that Amuro still inhabited, despite having accepted repairs that made the environment less immediately life-threatening. "You watched the blockade," Amara said without preamble, recognizing through new type empathic awareness that Amuro was processing guilt about inspiring movement that had just crossed threshold into weaponized non-violence. "I watched," Amuro confirmed, his voice carrying exhaustion that went beyond physical deterioration. "And Amara, I think I need to stop, need to power down this protest, need to acknowledge that what I started has evolved into something I don't support, and that continuing to be visible symbol for it makes me complicit in that evolution." "Or," Amara countered, pulling herself to position where she could see Amuro's face through the cockpit's dim lighting. "Continuing gives you platform to redirect the movement, to articulate why weaponized non-violence is betrayal of founding principles, to demonstrate through your continued presence what peaceful resistance should look like versus what it's becoming. Amuro, symbols don't stop being symbols just because you're uncomfortable with how they're interpreted. You either embrace the responsibility or abdicate it. But either way, you're influencing what the symbolism means." "That's exactly the problem," Amuro argued. "Amara, I started this protest as personal refusal, individual choice to exist despite systems demanding I choose between violence and submission. It was supposed to be demonstration that third option existed, not fighting, not surrendering, just being human despite pressure to be something else. But it became movement, became philosophy, became methodology that other people adopted and evolved according to their own understanding. And now Marcus and the persistent opposition are conducting blockades that force Imperial violence against peaceful protesters. That's not what I was demonstrating. That's weaponization of nonviolence, and I'm responsible for inspiring it even though I never intended it." He pulled up footage from the blockade, Imperial patrol vessels firing on mobile suits that maintained formation despite being under attack, pilots ejecting from disabled units while explicitly refusing to return fire, Marcus Toll commanding his forces to accept damage rather than defend themselves. "Look at this," Amuro insisted. "They're using non-violence as tactical advantage, making themselves targets to generate propaganda. That's not peaceful resistance, that's tactical martyrdom. They're calculating that Imperial violence against peaceful protesters serves their strategic objectives better than actually defending themselves would. That's perverse. That's transforming human suffering into instrumental value. That's exactly the kind of calculation I was trying to refuse through this protest." "But it's effective," Amara observed. "Amuro, Marcus's blockade generated more political pressure on Imperial expansion than 5 months of passive protest achieved. Populations are questioning whether accepting protectorate status means accepting that any resistance gets violently suppressed. That's valuable political outcome even if the methodology makes you uncomfortable. It's not discomfort, Amuro corrected sharply. It's recognition that we've become what we opposed. The Empire weaponizes evolved humans, force sensitives, new types, by channeling their development toward institutional objectives. And now the resistance is weaponizing peaceful protesters by channeling their nonviolence toward generating propaganda through tactical martyrdom. Both sides are treating humans as instrumental resources. Both sides are calculating optimal deployment of human suffering. The only difference is which institution is doing the calculating. And his voice broke slightly. I inspired this through my protest, through becoming symbol that movements interpreted as validation for weaponizing peace. That's my responsibility. And I need to stop it by removing the symbol they're using to justify it. Amara felt through new type awareness, the genuine anguish beneath Amuro's controlled articulation. Decades of being weapon trying to become person, finally achieving personal refusal, and then discovering that personal refusal became template for movements that weaponized refusal itself. What if you're wrong? Amara challenged gently. What if Marcus and the persistent opposition are making necessary evolution that you're too close to recognize? Amuro, passive protest wasn't accomplishing anything. You said that yourself. It was being co-opted by Imperial tolerance. Marcus escalated to actually disruptive resistance while maintaining non-violent principles. That's adaptive strategy, not betrayal. Maybe you need to accept that movements evolve beyond their founders' intentions, and that evolution isn't always corruption. Or maybe I need to accept that I don't have answers, Amuro replied. Amara, I've been sitting in this cockpit for 162 days, trying to prove that peaceful persistence is viable resistance. And what have I actually proven? That humans can endure suffering when that suffering serves symbolic purpose. That's not resistance, that's just elaborate performance of resistance that systems can tolerate because it doesn't actually threaten their operations. Marcus recognized that. He adapted, and I'm realizing that maybe I was wrong. Maybe peaceful persistence isn't viable long-term resistance. Maybe it's just comfortable alternative to actually fighting that lets us feel moral while being strategically irrelevant. He turned to face Amara directly, his expression showing vulnerability that legendary Gundam pilot rarely displayed. Help me understand, Amuro requested. You're Federation officer. You've been trying to navigate between institutional service and personal autonomy. You've been watching me struggle with this protest while struggling with your own version of the same question: how to remain human while systems try to weaponize your capabilities. What do you see that I'm missing? What perspective am I not accessing because I'm too embedded in my own symbolism? Amara processed the question through both rational analysis and new type empathic awareness that let her sense what Amuro needed beyond what he was asking for. You're missing that symbols matter more than intentions, Amara said finally. Amuro, you started this protest with specific intentions, demonstrating individual refusal, proving peaceful persistence was possible, resisting weaponization. But the moment you became visible, your intentions stopped being what mattered. What mattered was what other people saw in your protest, what they interpreted, what they used your example to justify. That's That's burden of being symbol. You don't control what you represent. You only control whether you continue representing anything or withdraw and let the symbol exist without your active participation. She pulled up data on her tactical pad, information she'd been compiling about resistance movements across human history. Every resistance symbol faces this choice eventually, Amara explained. Gandhi discovered that his non-violent resistance inspired both peaceful civil disobedience and violent uprisings that used his symbolism. Martin Luther King dealt with militants who claimed his legacy while pursuing methods he opposed. Mandela watched his imprisonment become symbol for both reconciliation and retribution. Symbols always get weaponized, Amuro, always evolve beyond their original context, always mean different things to different people. The question isn't whether you can prevent that weaponization. You can't. The question is whether you stay present to influence what the weaponization looks like, or whether you withdraw and let others define your legacy without your input. That's not a choice, Amuro objected. That's choosing between being complicit actively or being complicit through absence. Either way, I'm responsible for what my symbolism enables. Yes, Amara confirmed, you are. That's what being symbol means. That's the cost of visibility. That's why most people choose not to be symbols, because bearing responsibility for how others interpret and weaponize your example is heavier than any individual can sustain. But Amuro, you didn't choose to be symbol, you just were. And now you're processing the consequences. And there's no clean resolution, just choices about which kind of complicity you can live with. Amuro was quiet for a long moment, his new type awareness apparently processing not just Amara's words, but the emotional resonance beneath them. You're speaking from experience, Amuro observed. Amara, what happened? You've discovered something about your own symbolism, about how Federation is using your new type development. What changed? Amara hesitated, recognizing that she was about to share information that would make her vulnerable in ways that military discipline discouraged. But Amuro had made himself vulnerable first, and new type awareness suggested that mutual vulnerability was only way to navigate conversation about complicity that both were experiencing. Captain Chen approached me 2 days ago, Amara admitted, with proposal. He wants me to lead new type development program for Federation military, systematic identification and training of awakening new types across Federation forces, making new type capabilities into institutional advantage rather than individual evolution. He presented it as opportunity to help other new types develop safely with proper support within community that understands their experiences, and it sounded reasonable. Sounded like I'd be helping people who are experiencing what I experienced when my awareness awakened without warning or context. She pulled up the proposal documentation that Chen had provided. Comprehensive program for new type identification, training methodologies, integration protocols with Federation military operations. But then I read the actual objectives, Amara continued, her voice carrying disgust that new type empathy made impossible to disguise. And Amuro, they're not trying to help new types develop as people. They're trying to weaponize new type capabilities for intelligence operations, tactical coordination, psychological warfare. Same thing the Empire is doing. Same instrumentalization of human evolution. Just Federation version with different institutional branding, and Chen thought I'd support it, thought I'd lead it, because I'm visible new type who's demonstrated that enhanced awareness can serve military objectives. That's how they see me, not as person who happens to have evolved capabilities, as capability that happens to be person, and they want me to help them transform other new types into the same thing. What did you tell him? Amuro asked. I said I'd consider it, Amara admitted with shame audible in her voice, because immediately refusing would have made me insubordinate, would have damaged my military career, would have marked me as new type who can't be trusted with institutional objectives. So I deflected, bought time, told Chen I needed to review the program details before committing. And Amuro, that deflection is complicity. That's choosing to remain visible within Federation structures while knowing they're going to weaponize my presence. That's accepting that being symbol for military new type development is cost of maintaining position, where I can potentially influence what that development looks like. That's exactly the choice you're facing. And I don't have an answer about whether it's right. I just know it's what I chose. Amuro felt through new type resonance the genuine conflict beneath Amara's admission, the tension between institutional service and personal autonomy, between influencing systems from within and refusing complicity through withdrawal. We're both trapped, Amuro observed. Both trying to navigate between being symbols that movements weaponize and being people who refuse participation in weaponization, and both discovering that refusing participation means surrendering influence, while accepting participation means being complicit in exactly what we're trying to prevent. That's impossible position, no good options, just different categories of compromise. Yes, Amara confirmed, and Amuro, that's why I came here, not to convince you to continue your protest or to stop it, but to be present with someone who understands what it feels like to be trapped by your own visibility, to be responsible for how your example gets weaponized, even when you never intended the weaponization, to carry weight of symbolism that you can't put down, because putting it down means abandoning everyone who's using that symbolism to justify their own choices. She moved closer, the zero gravity allowing her to float near enough that their new type awareness created resonance field that transcended verbal communication, direct empathic contact that let them sense each other's emotional states without mediation through language. I'm scared, Amara admitted through both verbal and empathic channels. Scared that accepting Chen's proposal makes me weapon, scared that refusing it makes me irrelevant, scared that there's no path that preserves both influence and integrity, and most scared that this is just what being evolved human in this universe means. Being valuable enough that systems will always try to weaponize you. Being visible enough that your choices always have consequences beyond yourself. Being connected enough through new type awareness that you can't pretend you don't feel how your decisions affect millions of other consciousnesses. That's burden I didn't ask for, and I don't know how to carry it without being destroyed by it. Amuro felt through their resonance connection the genuine vulnerability beneath Amara's fear, not weakness but honest acknowledgement of being overwhelmed by responsibilities that shouldn't fall on a 24-year-old soldier who just wanted to serve competently and survive. Neither do I, Amuro replied. Amara, I've been carrying that burden for 40 years, since the 1-year war when I became original Gundam pilot, or when I became symbol of new type potential and human evolution and hope for transcending conflicts through enhanced understanding. And 40 years later, I still don't know how to carry it. I've just gotten better at pretending I do, at performing confidence that makes other people think I have answers, but I don't. I just have choices, each one terrible, each one necessary, each one destroying something I can't afford to lose. Then what do? Amara asked. Amuro, you're supposed to be the experienced one, the legend who's navigated this longer than I've been alive. If you don't have answers, if 40 years of being symbol hasn't given you wisdom about how to navigate this, what hope do I have? You don't need wisdom, Amuro replied. You need acceptance. Accept that being symbol means being weaponized. Accept that influence and integrity are incompatible objectives in systems designed to weaponize anything valuable. Accept that you're going to be complicit regardless of which choice you make, because systems are more sophisticated than individual resistance. And then choose which complicity you can live with. Which weaponization serves objectives you care about versus which serves objectives that destroy what you're trying to protect. That's not inspirational, Amara observed. It's not supposed to be inspirational, Amuro corrected. It's supposed to be honest. Amara, I spent decades performing inspiration, being legend, providing hope. And what did that inspiration accomplish? It made people believe that if they were just good enough, committed enough, principled enough, they could avoid the tragic choices that actually define existence in this universe. That's lie, comfortable lie, lie that makes people feel better about impossible situations, but still lie, and I'm done lying, to others or to myself. He powered down the displays showing the blockade footage, the protest metrics, the documentation of his 5-month demonstration. I'm stopping the protest, Amuro decided, not because I think it's wrong, not because Marcus and the persistent opposition betrayed founding principles, but because continuing makes me complicit in weaponization I can't prevent and can't support. I'd rather withdraw and let the movement exist without my active participation than continue being symbol for something I don't fully endorse. That's my choice. It might be wrong. It might be abandoning people who need the symbolism, but it's honest choice instead of compromised continuation. When? Amara asked. Tonight, Amuro replied. I'll transmit statement explaining why I'm ending the protest. I'll acknowledge that peaceful resistance was valuable, but has reached its limitations in my personal capacity to sustain it. I'll support others who continue, but make clear I'm not responsible for how they evolve the methodology. And then I power down. Return to side 3. Try to be person instead of symbol. See if that's even possible after 40 years of being public figure whose choices always have consequences beyond personal scope. And me? Amara challenged. What should I do about Chen's proposal? Accept and become weapon with influence? Refuse and become irrelevant with integrity? Hey, what's your advice for someone who's just starting to process the trap you've been navigating for decades? Amuro considered the question through both rational analysis and new type empathic awareness that let him sense what Amara needed beyond what she was asking for. Make different choice than I made, Amuro suggested. I withdrew repeatedly after every conflict, because I thought withdrawal preserved my humanity by preventing further weaponization. But all it accomplished was making me irrelevant to how new type development progressed, made me spectator to the weaponization that happened anyway without my input. So don't make my mistake. Accept Chen's proposal. Become visible new type within Federation military structures. Let yourself be weaponized, but weaponize yourself deliberately. Shape what Federation new type development looks like through being present rather than letting others shape it in your absence. That's advice I can't follow because I've already burned those bridges. But you haven't. You've still got opportunity to influence from within. Use it. Even if it destroys me, Amara asked. Especially if it destroys you, Amuro replied. Because Amara, we're being destroyed anyway, either through being weaponized or through becoming irrelevant. The question is just which destruction serves objectives worth being destroyed for. I chose irrelevance. You choose influence. Maybe between us, maybe we'll cover enough ground that one of our choices turns out to be right. Or at least, less wrong than the alternatives. They floated in silence for a moment, the two new types processing the weight of choices that would define their futures and the futures of everyone who used their examples to justify their own decisions about resistance, complicity, and the impossible space between. Thank you, Amara said finally, for being honest instead of inspirational, for admitting you don't have answers instead of performing confidence, for being human instead of legend. That's more valuable than any advice could be. You're welcome, Amuro replied. And Amara, when you accept Chen's proposal, when you become visible Federation new type, when systems weaponize your development, remember that weaponization doesn't eliminate humanity. It just makes humanity harder to access. But it's still there. You're still person beneath the capability. Don't forget that. Don't let institutional service consume everything you are until nothing remains except the weapon they've refined. That's mistake I made. Don't repeat it. Amara returned to her stark Jagan, carrying weight of conversation that had provided no solutions but had at least provided companionship in facing impossible choices. And Amuro prepared his final transmission, statement that would end protest that had defined 5 months of his life and had inspired movements that were evolving beyond his capacity to control or support. 6 hours later, Amuro Ray's statement was broadcast across every civilian network in the Earth sphere. To those who have been watching my protest, I am ending it. Not because I no longer believe in peaceful resistance. Not because I think Marcus Toll and the persistent opposition have betrayed founding principles, but because I recognize that I cannot carry the weight of being symbol for movements I cannot control and cannot fully endorse. 5 months ago, I chose to maintain position as demonstration that humans could refuse submission without committing violence. That choice was personal, individual, intended as proof that third option existed between fighting and surrendering. But personal choices become public symbols when performed visibly, and public symbols get weaponized by movements that interpret them according to their own objectives. I cannot prevent that weaponization, cannot control how my example is used, cannot bear responsibility for every evolution of methodology that claims my protest as inspiration. So I withdraw, not from believing that resistance matters, but from being visible symbol for resistance that I can no longer meaningfully influence or support. To those who continue peaceful protest, you have my respect. Your commitment is genuine, your suffering is real, but it is yours to manage, not mine to validate. To those who criticized my protest as insufficient, you were right. Symbolic gestures are not strategic victories. Visibility is not effectiveness. Persistence is not progress. I demonstrated peaceful refusal. Others will determine whether that demonstration was valuable. And to those who are just beginning to process what it means to be evolved human in universe, designed to weaponize evolution, accept that you will be weaponized. Choose which weaponization serves objectives worth being destroyed for. And remember that being weapon doesn't eliminate being person. It just makes personhood harder to access. That's all I have. It's not enough. It's never enough. But it's honest. I'm powering down now, returning to civilian life, trying to be person instead of symbol. Thank you for watching. Thank you for caring. Thank you for using my example to justify your own choices about how to navigate impossible circumstances. And I'm sorry I couldn't provide better answers then. It's tragic, it's complicated, and you'll be complicit regardless of which choice you make. That's truth. Uncomfortable, insufficient, but true. Amuro Ray powering down. The transmission ended. The RX-78-2 Gundam's reactor cycled to standby, and the symbol that had inspired 5 months of peaceful resistance withdrew from visibility, leaving movements to continue without the founder who could no longer bear the weight of what his founding had enabled. The weight of symbols was unbearable, but someone always carried it anyway, because symbols mattered more than the people who became them, and mattering was worth the cost, even when the cost was everything. Universal Century 0096, day 170 since Imperial arrival. 8 days after Amuro Ray powered down his protest and withdrew from public visibility, Grand Moff Tarkin stood in his command center aboard the Indomitable, reviewing comprehensive analysis of resistance movements across the Earth sphere with the methodical attention that characterized someone who understood that victory was achieved through patient, systematic pressure rather than dramatic military operations. Status assessment. Tarkin ordered Commander Veers, pulling up displays that showed the fractured state of opposition to Imperial expansion. The resistance networks are collapsing, Veers reported, with something approaching satisfaction. Amuro Ray's withdrawal has demoralized the peaceful protest faction. We're seeing 43% reduction in active protesters, maintaining positions near protectorate colonies. The persistent opposition is fragmenting internally over whether to continue blockade operations after their first attempt generated mixed political response. The Liberation Front, the violent resistance cell, has conducted 0 successful operations in the past month due to enhanced security protocols. And the strategic initiative under Commander Natara appears to have concluded that operational environment doesn't favor any resistance methodology and has transitioned to pure intelligence gathering without active operations. Tarkin studied the data with recognition that systematic pressure had achieved what military suppression couldn't. The resistance was eliminating itself through internal contradictions, exhaustion, and the simple recognition that all available methodologies produced costs that exceeded their benefits. Protectorate acceptance rates Tarkin pressed. Accelerating, Veers confirmed. 47 colonies accepted Imperial governance in the past 30 days. That's highest monthly rate since initial expansion began. Total Protectorate colonies now stands at 71 out of 423 settlements. Your projection suggests we'll achieve majority Protectorate status within 6 months if current trends continue. Federation response? Tarkin asked. Fragmented, Veers replied. Admiral Relnard continues advocating for supporting resistance networks through covert channels, but Defense Committee is increasingly divided between those who support continued opposition and those who believe accepting Imperial presence is inevitable, and that Federation should negotiate integration terms rather than futilely resisting. We're detecting communication between moderate Federation officials and our diplomatic corps exploring potential frameworks for Federation-Imperial cooperation. Excellent, Tarkin said, recognizing the pattern he'd orchestrated across hundreds of star systems. The resistance exhausts itself. The populations accept governance. The opposing government fragments between hardliners and pragmatists. And eventually the pragmatists recognize that cooperation produces better outcomes than continued opposition. That's when integration becomes comprehensive rather than just colonial. He pulled up long-term strategic projections. Timeline assessment for Earth sphere integration, Tarkin stated. Conservative estimate, 18 months until majority of colonial populations operate under protectorate status. 2 years until Federation government accepts that resisting Imperial expansion is counterproductive. 3 years until Earth itself requests integration as protectorate rather than maintaining increasingly theoretical independence. That's acceptable timeline. Slower than some conquests, faster than others, but achieved through populations choosing submission rather than us imposing it through force. That's sustainable integration rather than occupied territory, requiring permanent military presence. And the new types, Veers asked. The awakening population that Knight Vile and Lieutenant Voss have been attempting to warn about recruitment implications. Proceeding optimally, Tarkin confirmed. 37% of contacted new types accept Imperial training after receiving Vile's warnings. That's lower rate than uninformed recruitment, yes, but those who accept after being warned prove more committed and reliable. We're building core of genuinely loyal new type operatives, rather than conscripted capabilities that might defect under pressure. And Lieutenant Voss, her acceptance of Federation's new type development program actually serves our interests. She's consolidating Federation new types into single institutional framework that we can eventually absorb when Federation integration becomes comprehensive. She's doing our work for us while believing she's protecting new type autonomy. It's remarkably elegant. Sir, Veers said carefully, there's one variable that projections show as persistent uncertainty. The resistance networks might be collapsing, but small-scale individual opposition is actually increasing. We're seeing scattered incidents of non-affiliated individuals conducting minor sabotage, information warfare, and disruption operations that don't fit organized patterns. It's individually insignificant, but collectively it represents ideological resistance that might not exhaust itself the way organized movements do. Individualized resistance, Tarkin mused, considering the implication. That's actually concerning. Commander, organized resistance can be infiltrated, predicted, and systematically dismantled, but individuals acting on personal conviction without coordination, they're unpredictable. They don't exhaust because they're not sustaining organizational structures. They don't fragment because they have no unity to fracture. They just persist, each one conducting minor operations according to their own judgment. That's harder to suppress than organized movements. Recommendation? Veers asked. We make individualized resistance socially expensive, Tarkin decided. Not through military suppression that validates individual resistors as threats, but through social engineering. We implement community accountability programs in protectorate colonies, neighbors monitoring neighbors, social rewards for reporting suspicious activities, economic benefits for populations that maintain zero resistance records. We make resisting the Empire mean losing community standing, economic opportunity, and social integration. We transform resistance from noble individual choice into antisocial behavior that communities self-police. That's how you suppress individualized resistance. Not through finding every resistor, but through making resistance so socially isolating that most individuals choose conformity over conviction. That's remarkably sophisticated social control, Veers observed. That's governance, Tarkin corrected, understanding that humans are social creatures who need community more than they need principles. Make resistance mean isolation, and most resistance collapses voluntarily. We're not fighting ideology with military force. We're fighting it with human psychology. And psychology always wins when applied with sufficient patience. Earth Federation Headquarters, Dakar. The Defense Committee meeting had been ongoing for 6 hours, and Admiral Relnard recognized that they were approaching inflection point, where the Federation would either commit to sustained resistance against Imperial expansion, or accept that resistance was futile and transition to negotiating integration terms. The data is unambiguous, Defense Committee Chair Althea Morrison stated, her voice carrying exhaustion that came from defending positions that were becoming increasingly untenable. 71 protectorate colonies, 47 accepted in the past month alone. Resistance networks collapsing. Amuro Ray, our most visible symbol of peaceful opposition, has withdrawn. The Liberation Front has conducted 0 successful operations, and we're losing, Admiral Relnard. Not dramatically, not through military defeat, just slowly, inevitably, through populations choosing Imperial governance over Federation affiliation. At what point do we acknowledge that continuing to resist just prolongs the suffering without changing the outcome? We acknowledge it never, Representative James Okello argued from across the committee table. Chair Morrison, accepting Imperial expansion as inevitable is exactly the calculation they want us to make. They're patient, they're systematic, they're applying pressure that makes resistance feel futile. But futility is propaganda, not reality. We can still support resistance networks, can still provide covert assistance, can still make Imperial occupation expensive enough that they reconsider whether subjugating this system is worth the effort. They've been conducting galactic conquest for millennia, Morrison countered. Representative Okello, this isn't their first expansion into resistance system. They have methodologies refined across thousands of worlds. They know how to make resistance exhaust itself. They know how to wait until opposition recognizes that continuing is just performance of resistance without actual strategic impact. We're at that point. Continuing costs lives without preventing the outcome we're trying to prevent. That's not heroic. That's waste. Then what do you propose? Relnard challenged. That we accept protectorate status, surrender Federation sovereignty, tell 352 colonies that haven't accepted Imperial governance that their governments have decided resistance is futile, so they should just submit. I propose we negotiate, Morrison replied. Not surrender, negotiate. Explore what Federation Imperial integration looks like when it's chosen through diplomatic process rather than imposed through exhaustion. See if we can preserve elements of Federation governance within Imperial frameworks. Make the integration less traumatic by participating in its design rather than futilely resisting until we're forced to accept terms we had no input on. The committee erupted into arguments that had become depressingly familiar. Those who insisted that negotiating was surrender, disguised as pragmatism, versus those who insisted that continued resistance was pride, disguised as principle. Vote, Relnard demanded, cutting through the debate that was producing no resolution. All members in favor of authorizing exploratory negotiations with Imperial Diplomatic Corps about potential integration frameworks. The vote was close, 8 in favor, 7 opposed, 4 abstentions. Motion carries, Relnard announced, feeling the weight of authorizing conversations that might lead to comprehensive Federation surrender within 2 years. We're not accepting protectorate status. We're exploring whether integration is possible that preserves Federation elements worth preserving. That's pragmatic acknowledgement that current trajectory leads to our irrelevance unless we participate in shaping what comes next. Or, Representative Okello observed bitterly, its first step toward comprehensive capitulation. We're authorizing negotiations with Empire that's systematically dismantling our authority. That's not preserving Federation. That's participating in our own elimination while calling it diplomacy. Maybe, Relnard acknowledged, but Representative, what's alternative? Continue supporting resistance that's collapsing. Keep pretending we have military capacity to prevent Imperial expansion. We maintain fiction that Federation authority is sustainable when 71 colonies have already chosen Empire over us. At some point, pragmatism requires acknowledging reality, even when reality is defeat. Side 3, Republic of Zeon. Prime Minister Monaghan Baccaro reviewed the same calculations that Federation leadership was processing, recognizing that Zeon faced even more precarious position than Earth's government. The Republic of Zeon had maintained independence through careful balancing between Federation and various resistance factions, leveraging both against each other to preserve autonomy that neither would have granted if they'd had capacity to impose their preferred outcome. But Imperial expansion was eliminating that balance. As more colonies accepted protectorate status, Federation authority declined, which meant Zeon's leverage against Federation integration decreased. As resistance networks collapsed, the threat that had kept both Federation and Zeon cautious about direct confrontation diminished. And most concerning, Imperial Diplomatic Corps had been making increasingly generous offers of recognition and autonomy if Zeon accepted protectorate status voluntarily. They're offering us what we've been fighting for since the 1-year war, Monahan's chief of staff observed during private consultation. Prime Minister, look at the terms. Full recognition of spacenoid autonomy, guaranteed representation in Imperial administrative structures, protection from Federation integration attempts, economic support that exceeds anything our independent economy can generate. They're giving us everything we wanted. It just under Imperial authority instead of independent sovereignty. They're buying us, Monahan corrected, not with force, with competence, demonstrating that they can provide what we couldn't achieve ourselves: stable independence from Earth, economic prosperity, military security. And they're right. We can't achieve those things independently. We've been trying for 80 years. Every attempt at full independence has ended in war, defeat, and humiliation. The Empire is offering us the outcomes without the war. That's seductive, dangerous, and possibly correct. So we accept, his chief of staff challenged. We explore, Monahan decided. Same calculation Federation is making. We don't accept protectorate status immediately, but we negotiate. We see what integration looks like when it's chosen diplomatically rather than imposed through exhaustion. And we prepare for possibility that within 2 years, the Republic of Zeon exists as autonomous region within Galactic Empire rather than independent government. That's not what we fought for, but it might be better than what we actually achieved through fighting. The Republic of Zeon authorized exploratory negotiations with Imperial diplomatic corps, joining the Earth Federation in pragmatic acknowledgement that resistance was producing costs that exceeded its benefits. Civilian networks, Day 175. The data analyst who'd been tracking Imperial expansion patterns was an independent journalist named Marcus Webb, operating without governmental affiliation and therefore free to publish analyses that official sources couldn't acknowledge without political consequences. His report was titled "The Mathematics of Conquest: How the Galactic Empire Achieves Victory Through Patience Rather Than Force." The analysis was comprehensive. The Galactic Empire has been present in the Earth sphere for 175 days. In that time, they have conducted 0 offensive military operations beyond defensive response to resistance activities. They have used force exactly 3 times. The Epsilon 7 mining station destruction, the response to the persistent opposition blockade, and scattered defensive actions against Liberation Front sabotage attempts. Yet in those 175 days, they have achieved what no military conquest could accomplish: 71 colonies accepting protectorate status voluntarily, both Federation and Zeon governments authorizing diplomatic negotiations about integration. Resistance networks collapsing through internal exhaustion rather than external suppression. This is conquest through patience, through demonstrating competent governance that populations choose over their existing governments, through making resistance so exhausting and integration so appealing that choosing submission feels like rational decision rather than coerced surrender. The Empire wins by waiting, by providing services, by demonstrating that their governance produces better material outcomes than our independence achieved. And by the time populations recognize what they've traded, autonomy for stability, freedom for competence, self-determination for systematic management, They're too integrated to reverse the choice without catastrophic disruption. This is how empires expand in modern era, not through dramatic conquest, but through patient demonstration that empire works better than the alternatives populations are experiencing. And here's the terrifying part. They might be right. The data shows that protectorate colonies are experiencing better material conditions than they had under Federation governance. Lower mortality, better health care, more stable economies, improved infrastructure. The cost, loss of autonomy, psychological suffering from external management, dependency that makes resistance increasingly impossible. Those costs are real, but harder to quantify than material improvements. So the question facing every colony, every government, every individual human in the Earth sphere is, which costs matter more? Material suffering from independent governance that's failing to provide basic services, or psychological suffering from competent external management that eliminates autonomy? The Empire is betting that populations will choose material comfort over psychological autonomy, that humans need food, safety, and stability more than they need freedom, and so far, the Empire is winning that bet. The report spread across civilian networks with viral momentum, generating exactly the debates that both Federation and Empire had been avoiding acknowledging. Was the Empire actually better at governance than human institutions? If populations were choosing Imperial protectorate status voluntarily after experiencing both options, wasn't that democracy validating empire rather than resisting it? If material conditions improved under Imperial governance despite psychological costs, which value should humans prioritize? The debates had no resolution, just increasingly sophisticated articulations of the same fundamental question. What did humans need beyond survival? And if the answer was autonomy, were they willing to suffer materially to preserve it? Or was suffering for principles just pride disguised as conviction? Day 180. Grand Moff Tarkin reviewed Marcus Webb's analysis with appreciation for civilian journalists who'd articulated Imperial methodology better than Imperial propaganda could. This report, Tarkin told Commander Veers, is exactly the conversation we want populations having. By debating whether our governance is better rather than whether our presence is legitimate, calculating which costs are acceptable rather than whether accepting costs is surrender. We've shifted the discourse from should we resist the Empire to is the Empire actually improvement over what we had? That's victory, not military victory, philosophical victory. We've made populations question whether their governments deserve loyalty. And once that questioning begins, integration becomes inevitable because we can demonstrate superior outcomes. The Federation and Zeon are negotiating with us now, Veers observed. Both governments have authorized exploratory talks about integration frameworks. That's unprecedented. Governments negotiating their own absorption into empire that's systematically dismantling their authority. That's pragmatism, Tarkin corrected. They recognize that resisting accomplishes nothing except prolonging their irrelevance. By negotiating, they preserve some influence over how integration occurs, get to shape the frameworks that replace them, participate in their own transformation rather than being eliminated without input. It's rational decision, even if it's tragic one. And the timeline, Veers pressed. 18 months, Tarkin confirmed. Conservative estimate until Earth sphere integration. is comprehensive. Federation and Xeon governments operating as autonomous administrative regions within Imperial frameworks. Colonial populations fully integrated into protectorate systems. Resistance networks either absorbed into legitimate political opposition or eliminated as criminal enterprises. And humanity discovering that Galactic Empire provides competent, systematic governance that their independent institutions couldn't achieve. What about the new types? Veers asked. The evolved humans who represent genuine wild card in our projections. Proceeding optimally, Tarkin replied. Night Vile continues recruiting new types who accept Imperial service after being fully informed about implications. Lieutenant Voss is consolidating Federation new types into institutional framework we'll eventually absorb, and the awakening new types across civilian populations. They're discovering that enhanced awareness makes them valuable to every institution, which means they're being recruited by multiple factions and learning to navigate being weaponized as fundamental condition of their evolution. They're adapting, learning to be weapons with agency rather than weapons without choice. That's acceptable outcome. We don't need loyal tools. We need capable operatives who understand their value and choose to apply it toward Imperial objectives. That's more sustainable than forced service. The conversation concluded, and Grand Moff Tarkin stood in his command center, watching data streams that showed systematic integration proceeding according to methodologies refined across millennia of Imperial expansion. The Earth sphere would fall, not dramatically, not through military conquest, but through patient demonstration that Empire worked better than the alternatives populations were experiencing. And by the time they recognized what they'd surrendered, they'd be too dependent to reverse the choice without destroying everything they'd built under Imperial systems. The Empire's patience was its greatest weapon, and patience always won, because humans exhausted faster than systems did, because resistance required constant energy while oppression required only systematic maintenance, because every day populations experienced competent governance made the previous day's independence feel less valuable, until independence became historical memory rather than lived reality. And memory couldn't feed children or prevent wars or provide the stability that exhausted populations desperately needed. The Empire had arrived, and it was teaching humanity that conquest didn't require defeating your enemies, just outlasting them. Universal Century 0102, day 2372 since Imperial arrival. 5 years, enough time for the immediate trauma of conquest to fade into normalized governance. Enough time for populations to adapt to systems they'd initially resisted. Enough time for history to be rewritten by those who controlled the institutions that taught it. And enough time for the individuals who'd made choices during the integration to discover what those choices had cost, when measured not in months, but in years. Amara Voss, age 29. The independent new type community existed in scattered settlements across the asteroid belt, locations too remote for systematic governance, too poor to be worth Imperial administrative attention, too stubborn to accept that autonomy was luxury they couldn't afford. Amara had spent 5 years here, teaching awakening new types how to develop their capabilities without institutional frameworks, demonstrating that enhanced awareness didn't require weaponization, proving that humans could evolve independently even when systems insisted that independent evolution was inefficient. The community numbered 347 people now, the 134 who'd refused Imperial recruitment 5 years ago, plus 213 who'd awakened since then and chosen autonomy over integration despite the material costs. They were poor, constantly struggling with resource scarcity that institutional affiliation would have eliminated, living in conditions that Federation welfare programs would have categorized as unacceptable and free, genuinely free in ways that protectorate populations with superior material conditions could never experience. Teacher Voss, a young new type named Sarah Chen, approached. 17 years old, awakened 6 months ago, still learning to manage empathic awareness that made being around other people overwhelming. I felt something through the resonance field. Someone approaching. Imperial presence. They're looking for someone specific. Looking for you. Amara felt it too through new type awareness that had continued developing over 5 years of intensive practice. Imperial shuttle approaching their settlement, carrying passenger whose force sensitivity marked them as either Kira Viel or another trained Jedi. It's not hostile, Amara assessed through empathic connection. Whoever's coming, they're not conducting recruitment operation. They're seeking conversation. Everyone stay calm. Let them approach. The shuttle landed in the community's makeshift docking area. Civilian vessel, not military transport, carrying single passenger who emerged with the careful movements of someone trying to appear non-threatening. Kira Viel, 5 years older, carrying visible scars that suggested her defection from Imperial service hadn't been as clean as she'd hoped. Amara, Kira greeted her through combination of verbal communication and forced new type resonance that had become their natural mode of interaction. I need to talk to you about what's happened since we last met, about what our choices accomplished, about... She paused, emotion breaking through Jedi discipline, about whether any of it mattered. They walked to the observation platform overlooking the asteroid belt, finding privacy that let them speak honestly without audience processing every word. You look like hell, Amara observed, her new type empathy detecting physical pain beneath Kira's controlled exterior. What happened after you defected? The Inquisitors found me, Kira replied, pulling aside her robes to show scarring that suggested extensive torture and forced interrogation. Spent 18 months in Imperial custody. They wanted me to reveal independent new type locations, wanted methodologies I'd developed for recruitment, wanted everything I knew about resistance networks and force-sensitive populations, and I didn't tell them, endured the interrogation, maintained silence, eventually escaped when they transferred me between facilities. That was 3 years ago. I've been operating independently since then. You trying to warn force-sensitive and new type populations about what Imperial recruitment actually means, trying to undo what my previous methodologies enabled. And Amara, I'm failing, comprehensively. The frameworks I built are too effective, too sustainable, too attractive to populations who need community and training more than they need autonomy. I can't compete with what I created. Neither can I, Amara admitted. Kira, I've spent 5 years building this community, 347 independent new types. That's nothing. The Federation New Type Development Center. I created processes, 400 new trainees annually. The Imperial recruitment program you developed integrates 600 new types per year across Earth's sphere alone. My 5 years of effort have produced community that's barely statistically significant compared to the institutional frameworks we enabled. That's not resistance, that's just existing at the margins while systems operate at scale. But you're existing, Kira observed. Amara, 347 new types who refused integration. That's 347 humans who chose autonomy despite costs. That's evidence that not everyone accepts that efficiency matters more than independence. That's not nothing. It's not enough, Amara corrected. Kira, the Empire integrated Earth sphere 5 years ago. They govern 423 colonies. They administer population of 3 billion humans. They've demonstrated that systematic governance works. And my community of 347 autonomous new types, we're irrelevant to that reality. We're not threatening Imperial authority. We're not inspiring resistance movements. We're not changing anything except proving that some humans will suffer materially to preserve autonomy. That's symbolic existence, not effective resistance. Maybe symbolic existence is all that's available, Kira suggested. Maybe proving that autonomy persists, even marginally, even ineffectively, is victory measured against realistic expectations rather than idealistic ones. Amara, I spent 3 years being tortured for refusing to compromise new type locations. That's commitment to principle that accomplished nothing tactically, but demonstrated that some humans will endure suffering rather than enable systemic weaponization. That's not effective, but it's meaningful. Meaning and effectiveness are different categories of value. They sat in silence for a moment, 2 evolved humans processing 5 years of consequences from choices made during Imperial integration. "Why did you come here?" Amara asked finally. "Kira, you could have remained hidden, could have continued operating independently without making contact. Why risk exposure to tell me that we're both failing at different marginalized resistance efforts?" "Because I needed to know if your failure feels the same as mine," Kira admitted. "Needed to understand if 5 years of suffering to preserve autonomy was producing anything beyond just continued suffering. Needed..." Emotion broke through again. Needed to not be alone with the recognition that everything we tried changed nothing except making us casualties of systems we couldn't defeat. "I feel the same," Amara confirmed, through new type empathy that made the admission emotionally resonant rather than just verbally communicated. 5 years, 347 people, constant resource scarcity, persistent fear of Imperial attention, and the growing recognition that we're not building alternative to systemic governance. We're just existing at its margins while it operates successfully at scale. That's not victory. That's surviving while systems win. "Then what do we do?" Kira challenged. "Accept that resistance was futile? Surrender the communities we've built? Integrate with systems we've spent 5 years refusing? Or continue existing marginally while recognizing that marginal existence changes nothing?" "We continue," Amara decided, "not because it's effective, not because it's changing systemic realities, but because 347 autonomous new types matter more than their statistical insignificance suggests, because demonstrating that autonomy persists, even barely, prevents systems from claiming universal acceptance, because someone has to be evidence that humans didn't choose integration unanimously. And if that someone is us, if our suffering serves that symbolic purpose, then suffering is worth continuing, even when it accomplishes nothing except preventing systems from claiming they've eliminated all opposition. Amuro Ray, age 62. Amuro Ray had spent 5 years being exactly what he'd attempted for 18 months during his protest: person instead of symbol. He repaired mobile suits, lived quietly on Side 3, avoided visibility that would make him public figure whose choices were interpreted as political statements, and discovered that symbols persisted regardless of whether their founders participated in their continuation. The mobile suit he was currently repairing belonged to a young pilot named David Okafor, now 24 years old, veteran of Federation military service, recently resigned after completing a 5-year commission that had transformed him from awakening new type into competent operative. "Mr. Ray," David said while Amuro worked on his mobile suit's damaged sensor array, "I need advice about what to do now that I've left military service, about whether joining independent new type communities is resistance or just running away from systems I couldn't change from within." "Why are you asking me?" Amuro replied without stopping his mechanical work. "David, I'm mechanic, not philosopher, not resistance leader, not person whose advice should guide your choices about autonomy versus institutional service." "Because you're Amuro Ray," David insisted. "Because you demonstrated that peaceful refusal was possible. Because your protest inspired movements that are still operating 5 years later. Because whether you want to be or not, you're symbol, and symbols influence choices even when they're not trying to." Amuro set down his tools, recognizing that 5 years of attempting to not be symbol had accomplished nothing except making his symbolism more powerful through scarcity of direct engagement. "I failed," Amuro stated bluntly. "David, my protest accomplished nothing except inspiring movements that were co-opted by the systems they opposed. My philosophy about ethical resistance provided frameworks that made conquest more sustainable. My withdrawal from visibility prevented me from shaping how my symbolism was weaponized. I've spent 5 years being irrelevant while my legacy serves objectives I never intended. That's not success. That's comprehensive failure wrapped in comfortable mythology about peaceful resistance. Don't model your choices on mine. Learn from my mistakes instead." "What mistakes?" David challenged. "Mr. Ray, you demonstrated that humans could refuse submission without violence. That peaceful persistence was possible even when it changed nothing tactically. That autonomy was worth preserving even when systems made preservation expensive. Those aren't mistakes. Those are principles that matter regardless of whether they produce measurable outcomes. Principles that don't produce outcomes are just comfortable philosophy," Amuro countered. "David, I've spent 45 years telling myself that my choices served principles, that fighting for autonomy mattered even when fighting accomplished nothing, that being symbol was valuable even when symbolism was weaponized. And maybe that was all rationalization. To sophisticated lies I told myself to avoid acknowledging that I was just person who couldn't accept being irrelevant and so performed relevance through symbolic gestures that changed nothing. You don't believe that, David observed through new type empathy that made deception impossible. Mr. Ray, I can feel what you actually believe beneath what you're saying. You think your protest mattered. Think it preserved something worth preserving, even though it didn't prevent Imperial integration. Think that being human despite systems is victory measured against realistic expectations. You're just afraid to acknowledge that belief, because acknowledging it means accepting responsibility for continuing to be symbol, instead of being allowed to withdraw into irrelevance. Amuro felt through new type resonance that David was right. That 5 years of attempted withdrawal had been performance of irrelevance that prevented actual irrelevance by making his absence meaningful. Fine, Amuro conceded. I believe the protest mattered. Believe that demonstrating peaceful refusal was valuable, even though it didn't prevent conquest. Believe that 347 independent new types existing autonomously is evidence that systems didn't achieve universal acceptance despite achieving comprehensive victory. But David, that belief doesn't obligate me to continue being visible symbol. I can believe symbolic resistance mattered while refusing to continue performing it. That's boundary I'm maintaining. I matter to history. I don't have to matter to present. Except you do matter to present, David argued. Because independent new types like me are making choices based on frameworks you established. Because movements are still invoking your philosophy. Because symbols influence reality regardless of whether their founders participate. Mr. Ray, you can withdraw from visibility, but you can't withdraw from being influential. That's burden of symbolism. It persists regardless of participation. Then it's burden I'm refusing to carry, Amuro decided. David, make your own choices. Join independent communities or don't. Model your resistance on my example or learn from my failures. But don't expect me to validate those choices through continued visibility. I'm done being symbol, done being influential, done accepting that my existence has political meaning beyond just existing. Find different templates, build different movements, and let me be person who fixes mobile suits, instead of legend who's supposed to provide guidance about resistance that I've comprehensively failed at. David left without the validation he'd been seeking, and Amuro returned to mechanical work, recognizing that 5 years of withdrawal had changed nothing about being symbol, but had at least preserved his capacity to refuse performing symbolism even when refusal was itself symbolic. That was something, not enough. Never enough, but something. Grand Moff Tarkin, age 74. Grand Moff Wilhuff. Tarkin stood in the government center on Earth, formerly Federation headquarters, now Imperial Administrative Complex for the Earth Sphere Autonomous Region, reviewing 5 years of integration metrics with recognition that comprehensive victory was exactly as complicated as he'd anticipated. Integration status, 5 years, 423 colonies operating under Imperial frameworks, 100%. Earth Federation restructured as fully integrated administrative region, Republic of Zeon, absorbed as cultural preservation zone, new type population, 2,847 identified, 2,473 institutionally affiliated, 87%, 374 independent, 13%, resistance networks, eliminated public satisfaction, 78% across all territories, economic output, 340% increase over pre-Imperial baseline healthcare outcomes, 89% improvement education metrics, 156% improvement. Every measurable outcome showed success. The Earth sphere was thriving under Imperial governance. Populations were materially better off than they'd been under independent administration. And yet, Commander Veers, Tarkin addressed his long-serving tactical officer, Analysis. Why does 5 years of successful governance feel less satisfying than 18 months of achieving integration? Veers, now promoted to Admiral, considered the question with the careful attention of someone who'd learned that Tarkin's philosophical inquiries were actually strategic assessments disguised as contemplation. Because governance is harder than conquest, Veers suggested. Sir, for 18 months, we were demonstrating that Imperial systems worked. Now we're obligated to continue demonstrating it forever, without failure, without allowing populations to recognize that we're not actually superior. We're just systematic. That's exhausting obligation that conquest through competence creates. You have to actually be competent, perpetually. And perpetual competence is harder than temporary demonstration. Exactly, Tarkin confirmed. Veers, I've spent 5 years governing Earth sphere, implementing policies, addressing grievances, demonstrating that Imperial administration produces measurable improvements. And it's worked. Populations accept us. Metrics validate us. Integration is comprehensive, but the burden of that success is eternal obligation to continue being competent, to never fail enough that populations decide autonomy is worth the material costs. That's different category of victory than dramatic military conquest. It's victory that requires perpetual maintenance rather than decisive achievement. He pulled up data showing the 374 independent new types who'd refused integration over 5 years. These people, Tarkin observed, represent our failure. Not military failure, we could eliminate them easily, but ideological failure. After 5 years of demonstrating superior governance, 13% of evolved human population still chooses autonomy over our competent administration. That's evidence that we haven't convinced everyone, that some humans value independence more than optimization, and I can't eliminate that preference through force or policy. I can only make it expensive and hope the expense discourages imitation. That's not conquest. That's eternal negotiation with populations about whether our competence justifies their submission. Does it concern you, sir? Veers asked. It should concern everyone, Tarkin replied. Because if 13% of evolved populations refuse integration after 5 years of demonstrated competence, that suggests our victory is contingent rather than absolute. Requires continued competence rather than being secured through historical achievement. And contingent victory is exhausting, perpetually proving you deserve authority instead of authority being accepted as legitimate regardless of performance. That's cost of conquest through demonstration. You have to continue demonstrating forever. But we are demonstrating it, Veers observed. Sir, the metrics show comprehensive success. Populations are thriving. Resistance has ended. Integration is complete. By every measure, we've won. We've won provisionally, Tarkin corrected. One contingent on continued competence. One with obligation to perpetually validate that our governance deserves acceptance. That's different from unconditional victory. And Veers, I'm 74 years old. I've spent 5 years governing Earth's sphere successfully. But I won't live forever. And when I'm replaced, when younger administrators take over, will they maintain the competence that secured this integration? Will they resist the temptation to become complacent? Will they remember that their authority is contingent on performance rather than being inherently legitimate? That's what concerns me. Not whether I can govern competently, whether the system I've built can sustain competent governance after I'm gone. It was admission of vulnerability that Tarkin rarely displayed, a recognition that conquest through competence was fragile in ways that military occupation wasn't, because military occupation required only force, but governance through competence required competence, and competence couldn't be institutionalized the way force could. The 5-year anniversary of Imperial integration found 4 people returning to the abandoned observation station where they'd last met during the Reckoning 18 months after conquest began. Amara Voss, leading independent New Type community of 347 autonomous humans. Kira Vielle, operating underground warning force sensitives about recruitment costs. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, still documenting, still analyzing, still exposing costs that systems preferred to hide. And this time, Amuro Ray, pulled from attempted withdrawal by New Type empathy that insisted his presence was necessary for conversation that required his perspective. 5 years, Tanaka began, pulling up comprehensive data that showed every metric of Imperial success and every cost that metrics couldn't measure. The Empire has governed Earth's sphere for 5 years, and by every measurable outcome, they've succeeded. Better material conditions, higher satisfaction, comprehensive integration, populations that chose submission through recognizing it, produced better outcomes than independence achieved. That's victory, complete victory, and we're still here, still operating at margins, still insisting that autonomy matters despite all evidence suggesting that competent systematic governance matters more. Question is, are we right? Or are we just stubborn? Both, Amara suggested. We're right that autonomy matters, and we're stubborn about insisting it matters despite populations choosing differently. Those aren't contradictory, they're different values. We value independence, populations value competence. Neither is wrong. They're just incompatible. Then what was the point? Kira challenged. If we're right but irrelevant, if populations chose integration and are thriving under it, what did 5 years of refusing accomplish? What did 18 months of torture accomplish for me? What did Amara's community accomplish beyond existing marginally? What did any of our resistance produce except making us casualties of systems that continued succeeding despite our opposition? It produced evidence, Amuro stated, speaking for the first time since arriving. Evidence that not everyone accepted, that some humans chose autonomy despite costs, that systems didn't achieve universal submission even when they achieved comprehensive victory. That's not tactical success, but it's preservation of truth that universal narratives prefer to erase. And preserved truth matters even when it changes nothing. Does it? Tanaka challenged. Mr. Ray, I've been documenting that truth for 5 years, publishing analysis showing costs that metrics don't measure, demonstrating that psychological suffering persists despite material improvements, proving that populations accepted integration through exhaustion rather than enthusiasm. And my documentation changes nothing. Populations still accept imperial governance. Systems still operate successfully. Truth that doesn't produce change is just information. And information without impact is marginally different from lies. Information with impact becomes propaganda, Amuro countered. Dr. Tanaka, you've spent 5 years documenting uncomfortable truths. That documentation will outlast current political circumstances, will provide foundation for future resistance when systems fail enough. That populations remember autonomy was option they surrendered, rather than inevitability they accepted. That's not immediate impact, but it's preservation of alternatives that current systems want forgotten. And preserved alternatives matter for future generations, even when they're irrelevant to present. So we're martyrs for future that might not come, Kira summarized. We're suffering now to preserve possibilities for later. We're accepting marginalization today to prevent universal narratives tomorrow. That's faith-based resistance rather than evidence-based strategy. All resistance is faith-based once evidence demonstrates it's futile, Amuro replied. Kira, you endured 18 months of torture rather than compromise new type locations. That wasn't evidence-based decision. Torture would have ended faster if you'd cooperated. That was faith that preserving autonomy mattered more than ending personal suffering. Same calculation all of us are making. We maintain resistance not because evidence suggests it's effective, but because faith insists it's necessary, regardless of effectiveness. The conversation continued through the night. 4 people who'd spent 5 years operating at margins of systems processing whether marginal existence was resistance or just elaborate performance of resistance that changed nothing. As dawn approached, Amara asked the question that had been implicit throughout. Do we continue? 5 more years of marginal resistance, 5 more years of documenting costs and preserving alternatives, and insisting that autonomy matters despite all evidence suggesting populations prefer competence? Or do we accept that we've done what we could and that continuing is just stubborn refusal to acknowledge that we lost comprehensively? We continue, Kira decided. Not because I think it changes anything, not because evidence suggests effectiveness, but because 374 independent new types matter, because documented truth matters, because symbolic resistance matters, because someone has to be evidence that humans didn't universally accept, even when acceptance was rational choice. And if we don't continue, if we surrender to exhaustion, then systems win completely. They get to claim universal acceptance. They get to erase that there were alternatives. They get to write history without dissent. And I can't accept that, even when accepting it would end the suffering. Same, Amara confirmed. My community matters beyond its statistical insignificance. Those 347 autonomous new types represent preserved possibility that institutional weaponization isn't only path for evolved humans. That's worth continuing, even when continuation accomplishes nothing except preservation. I'll keep documenting, Tanaka agreed. Keep exposing costs. Keep demonstrating that competent oppression is still oppression. keep preserving uncomfortable truths that systems prefer forgotten. That's all I can do. But it's necessary, even when it's insufficient. And I'll keep being Symbol, Amuro conceded, with resignation that came from recognizing withdrawal had failed. Even though I hate it, even though being Symbol means being weaponized, even though my influence serves systems as much as it serves resistance, because apparently symbols matter whether founders participate or not. Now, and if my symbolism is going to be weaponized regardless, I'd rather be present to at least attempt shaping how it's weaponized, even when that shaping is mostly unsuccessful. They dispersed as sun rose over Earth. 4 people who'd spent 5 years discovering that resistance produced nothing except continuation of resistance, that victories were measured in survival rather than success, and that sometimes existing despite systems was only achievement available. It wasn't inspiring, wasn't satisfying, wasn't vindication or validation or anything resembling what resistance was supposed to produce, but it was honest, and honesty, even when it acknowledged comprehensive failure, mattered, because lies were easier, and choosing difficult truth over comfortable lies was resistance that no system could fully eliminate. 5 years after integration, the Galactic Empire governed Earth's sphere successfully. Populations thrived materially while suffering psychologically. Systems operated competently while eliminating autonomy. And at the margins, 374 independent new types, scattered resistance documentation, and stubborn symbolic refusal demonstrated that universal acceptance was narrative rather than reality. The Empire had won, but winning required eternal competence, and resistance persisted through existing despite futility. Both sides were trapped. Empire, obligated to perpetually demonstrate superior governance. Resistance, obligated to perpetually demonstrate that alternatives existed. Neither could rest. Neither could claim complete victory. Neither could escape the burdens their choices had created. And humanity, caught between competent oppression and ineffective resistance, made individual choices about which burden was more bearable: material comfort without autonomy, or autonomy without material comfort. Most chose comfort. 374 chose autonomy. Both groups suffered. Both groups were right. Both groups were wrong. And the mathematics of suffering produced no solutions. Just different people bearing different costs for different values, forever.